The children crying for starvation, just don't to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, don't to spoon. You want to know what is happening, my brother, don't to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't to spoon.
Oh yes, I tell you,
To know what happening in the
it's another beautiful day, a great way
yeah,
to start another week
don't to spoon.
right here on the Spoon Network. Spoon FM 107.5, Fabric Radio 101.1,
From Punjab,
Spoon TV on Facebook, Fabric TV on Facebook, Super TV on Facebook, on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We want to say welcome to everyone across the world. Thanks for joining us. This is where you get the news. This is where you get the updates. This is where you get the analysis. This space brings you face to face with the policymakers. When the politicians or the policymakers, the ministers, the directors, the agents, the lawmakers want to break the news, this is where they come. This is a beacon of hope for thousands of Liberians, if not millions, across the world who run to this space every single day to get authentic information about the happenings across Liberia. I'd like to welcome all of you. We're here tonight on this 10th day of March. Of course, on the Monday evening or afternoon, depending on where you are. My name is Nelson Collier. Spoon Talk is back on your radio. Many thanks to all of you, our ardent followers who have been engaging, texting, calling, asking questions, wanting to know as to why your favorite program wasn't on the radio, on your television. We're back. We're here after a routine maintenance for the past 2 days. Spoon Talk is back on the radio. And we want to say welcome to all of you joining us tonight from across the world. Joining us on our different social media handles on Spoon FM, Fabric Radio, and also by means of relay across the country on our affiliate radio station. We want to appreciate all of you for joining us tonight. It's going to be a great show. A whole lot to unpack tonight. You don't want to miss this edition of Spoon Talk. It's loaded. So just get closer to your radio. Radio battery or buy a new battery. Or put it on charge. Put your television on. Encourage someone to listen with you. Share the program as you come on tonight. And let's have a great show together. So as usual, I'm going to open the phone lines. Afford you the time where you can call in, talk about the different issues of concerns.
Politicians want to make their decision, just
express yourselves. Talk.
You want to know what's happening in the ministry.
Talk about the happenings in your area, some of the observations you have, some of the things you think that are of concern and the relevant authorities need to attend to. We're going to open the phone lines and afford you the time to call in and speak out on those different issues here tonight very shortly. But a lot has been going on across the country, and it's all going to be unpacked right here tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Let's now open the phone lines and hear from you tonight what your thoughts are, what is it you want to talk about. But a lot has been going on across the country. The March term of court was opened officially today. The president was there, though there were concerns as to why the legislature wasn't present. And there has been different concerns, different questions coming about as a result of that. But the executive was fully represented. The president was in attendance today. And yes, he called on those in the judiciary, in that sector, to make sure that justice is dispensed fairly, irrespective of who's involved, who the person is, that every Liberian citizen can get access to justice. Of course, he spoke on a whole lot, but that's one of the key things he spoke of. The Chief Justice, Siane Yo Honor, delivered her final, address today. By constitution, by law, at the age of 70, she should be retiring, and so she turns 70 in June of this year, and so she will obviously be retiring, and then another person will be stepping in that particular position. So her address today was the final one, and information has it that it was an atmosphere full of emotion. All of the people who have worked with her over the years. It was more like a tribute today to the Chief Justice of the High Court, the Supreme Court of the Republic of Liberia. Now, on last Monday, there were concerns about the whole protest the motorcyclists have. But today, Senator Abraham Darius Dillon made some media appearances, and he was speaking about a lot of other issues. And he said, amongst the many things that the government is doing, the no-go zone enforcement is a very good start for this administration. The country, there comes a time when the country should be governed, should be, you know, handled with system, or some sort of system should be introduced. And the no-go zone restriction is just one of the good start for the administration. It may be tough at the moment, but Liberians should brace themselves because change doesn't come easily. So even calling the Liberian National Police to see reason to keep enforcing that, because it shouldn't be about the next election, but it should rather be about what Liberians are prepared to sacrifice now for the change that every single citizen of the country is yearning for. And a whole lot happening across the country. A proclamation declaring the 12th of March a national holiday since 1916. This day has been set aside to reflect on the contributions of our loved ones who are dead and gone, our deceased loved ones, to reflect on their contributions, and also go at the various cemeteries across the country and just make sure that the places are clean. National Decoration Day is observed across the country. People leave from different locations just to go and clean the grave sites, of their loved ones, as a sign of appreciation, or paying some level of respect to those people who have contributed to them, whether personally or even to the country at large. And so, yes, by proclamation, the president has declared the 12th of March a national holiday. That's going to be the second Wednesday in March. So, yes, Liberians are gearing up as well as, the creation days are really interesting. You go to the gravesite, you see some people can be crying. While some people cry, some people can get a bottle in their hand, they be cutting, and they be dancing. Some people can carry that whole music set. Some people dancing, you know, and then some people crying, but it's a mixed feeling. Some people see that time as a time when they can celebrate as well. Just go to the graveside, put your music on, you're dancing while you're cleaning up the graves and all of that. But yes, it's a national holiday in the country, and that's coming up on Wednesday. So yes, that's just a few of the many happenings across the country. Once the team get in, you're gonna get the details of all of these, plus so much more coming your way here tonight on the program Spoon Talk. Let's go to the phone lines and hear from you. What is it you want to talk about tonight? Let's hear what your thoughts are. As usual, we dedicate the first segment of the program to you, our ardent followers. So you get to express yourselves. You get to talk about the different issues of concerns. Just do that by calling us tonight on 0555 101075. 0555 I'm going to put the WhatsApp up as well, so you can call via WhatsApp and have your say tonight. So keep your calls coming now to 0555 101075, and you'll be live on the program tonight. Let's hear from this first person. Hello. Your name and where you're calling from, sir.
My name is Nimba, the CEO of Future Liberia.
Okay, let's hear you. What's on your mind, sir?
Yeah, my concern have been to that of the accidents that occurring every day and night in our country. So the police, the police need to put stop to the heavy duty driver,
Mhm.
and they need to check the car. They need to put measure in place where
Okay.
be the heavy duty driver we patrol at night.
Okay.
Because every day no pedestrian every time on the street, and it make more people to be.
Sorry about that. I think we lost that person. 055510107 Hello. Your name and where you joining us
Good
from?
evening.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Thank you. I'm Suba Lavila Desman, and I'm a political plot Lubumba according from Koka this afternoon and this evening. How are you, sir?
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Thank you. What's on my mind is the issue of the spoon show. You know, this show have gained the admiration of the Liberian people for so long, and some of us we are grown to spoon. But
Okay.
in the last few weeks, this is my personal opinion and the opinion of some other public people, and the people that are kind of great to sit down on that show who have created mayhem for Liberian people, have pushed Liberian people into poverty. 12
Okay.
years as a lawmaker, there was no policy he ever grabbed that changed the life of the Liberian people. And today to have people like Accra Greatness sitting on that show, not to be one that claiming like they are heavy sin, they are Jesus Christ.
Okay.
It is making a show to lost taste. You know what? Spoon really noticing this.
Thank
The
you.
show is losing taste.
Your observations are duly noted, sir. And the
Yeah, seriously. Thank you.
network takes note of that. We respect all of your views. The show is here because of you. Hello, your name and where you calling from? Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Mr. Still Nimba say this evening.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my attention has been withdrawn to the spoon.
Okay.
This time or before,
Hmm.
we had a past governor criticize spoon, special water spoon. It makes some of us vex here that we wanted to cause trouble out of it. Today, if I can see spoon, we see DC criticizing us, it's not bad. It's not bad, but I want to tell water spoon. Our colors grade are sitting there in front of you every evening or every morning. Insulting word that may give to you. He and your own friend, kill her son. Liberia will never forget about it.
Thank you.
I'm not saying whatsoever you want to do, you can do, but I'm telling you that some of us are not in peace. Even though criticism educate people, but our colors grade and his followers, well,
Thank you.
so shall it be. May God bless them.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for your input. 055510107 What's on your mind? What is it you want to talk about tonight? The first segment of the show is dedicated to that. Let's hear you. Your name and where you calling from. Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. What's your name and where you joining us from?
Okay, I'm D5 here, and I call you from resident here in Lower Johnsonville.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Okay, what's on my mind has to do with the issue of what the previous caller just said concerning Akara Grey.
Oh,
People that are Akara Grey are not a good character that should be a panelist on what the Spoon FM show. Akara Grey then, when they were in power, they went on the university campus and brutalized students on the campus there. Such
okay.
a character should be a panelist on this show.
Thank you.
I'm very, very, I have serious problem with it. People that come to the
Thank
you
you.
people should not give them credit to be a panelist on the show.
Thank you.
You people continue to give credit to what people that are color graded.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me say this. Thank you.
Talk show on a serious note.
Thank you
So you
very
people
much
should
for
not
your
be
input.
giving credence to be a panelist. You're taking from what on the show on a
Okay.
serious note.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's hold you there. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. It's good to have you on tonight. Can you hear?
Yes, Nelson, I can hear you. It's good to see you as well. It's another Monday.
Yeah.
We are here to discuss, Liberia's issue. It's interesting. We're listening to the callers.
So, Richardson, they call us, they
Mhm.
call us tonight. We say what's on your mind, but I don't know whether the meeting on the people's mind tonight are Representative Gray. Somebody say Representative Gray take trouble tonight.
I'm telling you, that's so interesting. But all we can say is Spoon Talk is the people's station. We offer all of the different views here, and we just ask your indulgence to be open to the views, reject and support the one that you feel will be useful to you, the one that we can make to use to make our country better. That's all we can do, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. You want us to take more calls, right?
Yeah, why don't we take more calls and then we'll say hello to our people. I see they are coming in, and the panelists will be coming in. So you guys, so today you guys know that yesterday was daylight saving time in the United States. The practice where we change our clock an hour forward is spring, so we spring forward. Fall, we say we fall back. So we're gonna stay like this until we change the time in the fall. So this is why we're starting at 4 o'clock versus 3:30 when we used to start.
3:10.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also, this is all about commercialization. They realize that the sun goes down and they want more light hours for more people to be out spending their money. And so they change the time. So this is all what happens in the United States. But Stenda, hello. How you doing? You all right?
Hello, Richardson. How are you?
I'm doing well. Trying.
Good, good. You feeling much better? You good
I,
for the show?
I'm good for the show, but I could be better.
Thank you. Thank you, Global Chair. It's good to see you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, you're welcome. It's good to see you. Larry King, how you doing? Paul Kennedy, Larry King. How are you, sir?
Poor, how you doing? All right, Larry King. Boy, a man calling you Larry King, oh.
Yeah, that man get gonna name for me, but it really can't worry me.
No, it's okay, my man. Larry King was a giant. He was a giant. You know that.
Larry King was not black. So
Larry King was a giant.
They got a whole lot of people. The guy what's the guy name? No, not R. Sharpton. There's another guy called R from MSNBC. There are a lot of other black journalists you could compare me to. Not Larry King. Larry King was a conservative.
What's it matter whether you're black or white?
He was from the conservative. I mean, I live in America. I'm very sensitive to race.
Larry King wasn't from the conservative media. Larry King was liberal.
Was he?
Yeah, he was
on CNN.
He was a liberal guy.
You're right. You're on CNN. Oh yeah, CNN is the liberal to the core.
Wow.
That's the liberal media there.
I will find a black man and call you that black man. I don't know why you're doing the black and white thing, though.
I would do black and white thing as long as I stay in America. I'm very educated. I went to Howard, remember? I went to the Mecca.
Yeah, you went to black school. Yeah.
Yep. You go to Howard.
He was radicalized at Howard.
Go to Howard, you will be racist. I can guarantee you that.
I don't think it's a good thing to say you will be racist.
It's called the Freeman. It's called the Freeman's College. The Freeman College.
Anyway, let's leave that conversation. I don't want to go I call you Larry King.
We don't hide
because of your microphone and your headset. That's why I'm calling you Larry.
We don't hide from anything. We speak our mind.
I know you're not hearing me because you get connection with your data store set, your data store microphone and headset.
The one that he's been asking for, I refuse to send it to him.
Don't send it to him.
We want to say hi to everybody. Yeah, man, you guys missed us Saturday and Sunday. Man, next one you going, come back, Nelson. Where you went off? Yes. Next one you running going.
Somebody. No, I'm here. We here.
Somebody in studio.
No.
I see your eyeball. Somebody in studio, Nelson. I said no. I can see them through your eyes. I want to say, but Dr. Richardson, we were off. Can you imagine?
Yeah, it was surprising because we always hear. Always.
And here's the thing. I was off 2 days, Dr. Richardson. I tried to go face Midpa, and I don't know how to face it. I didn't know that. That's the only thing gave me hard time this weekend. I was trying to face Midpa.
Oh, So what happened?
I got everything Dr. Richardson. I wrote it all. I took the meat, I put it in there all. And I used the fork and I, close it up. Then I fried the whole thing open. And the whole thing open and the meat fried. The meat was fried in one place and the dough was fried another place.
Maybe they made the dough thick enough.
What do you mean? I'm telling you what I did, man. Listen, I put the meat in the, you make it flat, right?
You gotta make it. That.
Oh. I'm serious. And I put the meat there, then I close it up. Then I use the fork, I went, check.
Yes.
And I left it alone for a few seconds. I took it and put it in the hot oil. The thing open.
I don't know.
So I listen. I'm still practicing how to close it. But I faced the beef. Like I put the pepper, the onion, and everything. And but then the beef go fry all by itself.
Yes. It can happen like that sometimes. One time, I
know you don't know how to face meat pie, so you don't know what you're saying.
That is not true. I was just going to
know how to face meat pie from scratch.
Experience. I was going to tell you my experience.
You know how to face meat pie.
Yeah,
you know how to face meat pie from scratch.
Who, me?
I want to tell you my experience, but since you already say I know how to
face. You don't know how to face meat pie, man. Let's work on it about start drinking all year, man.
You want to say a business? That our current spirit asking, do you that why your meat pie spoil for? That why you are burning like that for?
But listen, at least I'm admitting that the meat pie open and the meat fried one side. The meat pie open. And the other thing fried one side. Then take it like donut. I put sugar on it and start eating it.
Oh. You didn't close the meat entrance, the door.
Great, look. I close it like this, right, Greg? And then I use the fork. And I tap the end all around.
But you didn't tap it properly.
I did. And I flip it right again and I tap it again.
Maybe it was soft. The bread, the dough inside the flour.
No, but again, I will say this to you, man. I'm still going to try though. Thank God we'll be all the way about 7.
Mama, can I teach you? Seriously.
My wait, man, bye. How you teach me you eat it from Lababido? How you teach me you eat it from Lababido?
Mama, I used to fry dono for meat pie bread.
I dono and I can face dono, man. I can face dono. I can face dono. I can face color. The only my first color that I faced, I made a pepper color, right? And have you seen the Facebook pepper color? They can put a yogurt in it. In la pepper color like that.
They can put yogurt in it.
Man, let's do the show, man. Let's do the show. My new passion is to cook. I know how to cook, but I want to be baking.
But I got to teach you.
I can bake the shortbread. So I want baked shortbread. The one that you open, you put butter. Yeah, you open, you put the butter inside there. It's free good. The woman know how to do it. But listen, I want to take the baking soda, or you call it baking powder.
But you can't just put it around.
By way.
Stand you respect people because you see what talking about. I'm cooking.
You say my post.
Yeah, how you gonna put super glue in the flour?
We got listen to us. Yeah, well, let me put super glue. Say I'm not a baker. I will cook a good for you.
That boy, fufu in your face.
I don't eat fufu, so I don't beat the fufu, but I read it.
Well,
I just want to know
because the bread.
I want to face the soft pepper color the woman use her face, like the Richard said.
Yeah, that one you gotta put. No, that one. Listen, no, you gotta put yeast in it. No, you gotta put yeast in your quantity. You gotta know a measurement.
Fufu, no, I don't like fufu. I don't like fufu. I don't like fufu. But the thing is, I like for me to face my color, the pepper color that you open, you put the pepper inside.
Yeah.
But whenever you fry the color, then inside that done. Around it done, but then it turns to done, so not done. And that's a problem.
Good practice.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson, you see, I'm a good brother. I can cook, Dr. Richardson.
Kind of baking class.
Listen, guys, if you get anything you want to share with me. I know how to cook. I can guarantee you.
It's not a your puff open. you say that?
No, but you gotta understand, baking is different from cooking. I can cook the African food. That's what you're saying. But baking comes with its own terrain.
Why you manage to just open up everything just fry? Then you start taking the spoon to take it out of the pan.
You got to
meat. They say bake. You know the man the meat pie, instead of baking the meat pie and fry the meat pie, maybe they didn't put the dough there.
And you know one thing, my wife says she's not helping me because I mean all the beef much she said.
Hey, you're baking that meat pie, believe me. You're not going to open it up, but you want to go fry it and the way you close it.
No, but I believe that, you know, meat pie, you gotta be careful. You know the meat pie leg, right? They want to take the sardine and they put onion inside, they put it in that thing. Simple. But my daughter tell me say I'm gonna put the ground beef. Yeah, but my daughter said I'm gonna take the ground beef.
That sardine or that fish with it. They bought missing everything. Go buy the ground beef, the beef meat. Go buy the ground.
Now, what my daughter said I should do when I try the meat pie open. But anyway, guys, welcome to the show. We are back. If you know how to face this thing, let me know. I want to eat hot meat pie, the nice one. You know, we're great. In like brother, the sardine wings for putting the meat pie, man. What are you talking about? Where you coming from? That is sardine wings for putting the meat pie great. You know that.
My man, that's what they say meat pie. They say sardine and fish pie. Discussing.
That's my man, that meat pie, man. Where you coming from, man? Don't add it.
No, don't throw that thing in my house.
Leave that thing. We said meat pie is a sardine. Anything going that thing.
Now you don't want to say the post sardine meat pie. That me.
Yeah, we said meat pie. Anything going that thing that me.
No.
Sardine or what are you grabbing the fish or that meat?
You use the beef in the meat. You use the fish in the fish pie.
My man, there's your explanation there that meat. Need that one.
I see why they think cover and boss because you want like.
But I can tell you though, I will never stop trying. I know by the weekend I will feel my shortbread. You know the shortbread, right? The one that you open, you put butter inside. So I know I will face it. I'm watching more YouTube and watching more Facebook video. I will face it. I mean, nobody. My wife says she's not helping me.
Let me teach you the thing. I'll send you the how they call it the recipe.
Man, but I don't face no CDC pie. My man, I won't face no CDC pie, man. Leave me alone.
The time of baking a CDC time.
I don't face no CDC pie under the cotton tree pie, the sycamore tree pie.
My man, ain't no that rare miracle like Bruno Congo meat pie.
My man, I get my wife. I get my mom, I get my sister that I can do it, but I want to do it without intervention.
Because you don't want to learn. You can just do
it.
Yeah, I will do it from start to finish. Nobody will intervene.
You check your mailbox, Jacqueline.
I saw it, Doc. Thank you. Earlier today. Oh, my mailbox. Okay. I saw your text earlier. Hello, everybody.
Yeah,
but I shop with Inside Topic today. I was saying the recipe. I guess so, sir.
Glenny, you don't know how to
send it to you.
You don't know how to cook. You don't know how to do anything. So
I just know how to eat. There's no problem there.
But there's no problem. You gotta eat
okay, Mama. Don't mind that boy. You know anything.
I see that man. I don't see him at all. I don't.
So, you know what I'll do? I like the person's suggestion. I will bake it next time. Maybe it won't open.
Wow.
I'll put the stove on 350-degree preheat.
No,
and I'll bake it.
The simplest way to make shortbread, you know it? You know the pancake mix?
No, the pancake mix, yes.
That's the simplest mix for you. Say you
learn the pancake mix.
Use the pancake mix, just add egg and small butter, milk. That's the easiest one.
That's it?
That's it. Yeah, because you know how to do from scratch.
Let me hear something about baking by. Glenny, go ahead. Pancake
mix is the easiest butter. What do you need? Scratch from shortbread. Use
and just put it in a pan, bake it.
No, you can't put it in the pan. You gotta put
I know you mix it with the egg, you mix it with the milk.
Yes. And a little bit of margarine, yes.
No problem.
It's
I'm doing it tonight.
Not you, but you're missing.
I guess so. Yeah, I will take the picture and send it to you when I'm ready to eat it. When I go on break, I'll be eating shortbread and drinking tea.
You know that the red light brought shortbread, right?
Of course.
Of course.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I know how to make shop right now. Please join me in the bar if you want to eat it. Listen.
When I made the flour on the butter good, I trouble. I
was saying the real recipe, Stinto.
No, you know the problem? Even if I miss it good, I can leave everything and come and get fair.
I know cookies, I know the butter cookies. Now what they know fish.
Oh, the man can face the team, man.
I mean, I face the team back. But lead the man, I hate them.
You know how to eat the West Where Nuguta. Where are you from? I'm
from district number 12, beyond MTA. Yeah. But I want to say, you know, I was, let me share this with you guys. I try not to do this, but let me do this. So I did something, yesterday, by the way, I preached in church yesterday, and I'm grateful that, yes, it was a wonderful service. And then after service, the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Jeremiah Kwan, paid me a visit.
Amen.
Yeah. And thank God Mommy was here, and we had a great time, you know.
That's wonderful.
And for almost 3 hours, you know, we just talk. I know I'm changing the conversation from great, but
girl, we're not talking anything.
My man, by way now, by great vibe. But I think it's something about this visit from VP Kuhn, and I will discuss it tonight. It's something about this visit, and I listen, Glenny. I don't know what I should put a picture of, but it was wonderful, and I will say my piece to the 3 hours visit from the Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn. I'm very, 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 very surprised that JK, the VP, you know, I still call him JK, by the way, that he left everything, he and his entire details. Glenny, I'm talking to you and Dr. Richie. See, I'm not talking to the CDC people.
Well, listen.
And you know, that he can come there. Hey, my man, you're leaving now. I'm not talking to CMC person. I know Glenny stay independent, so let me talk to Glenny. When you're CMC, you Lano, you CDC, I'm talking to you.
Lano is speaking in that government. Lano is the third option.
Which one is Lano?
Clarence Mobile is a political leader.
Dr. Harry Moniba Party.
Where is he?
They come up.
Where is he?
Why you asking for my political
we can't just want to see him for elections. He got to be engaged in the community.
Where is he engaged in the community?
Glenny, wait now. You ask a question, give people a chance to answer, Glenny.
You ask question, you can't ask. You can't wait for answer. We're gonna force a woman. Yeah, man.
In Job chapter 1, they said that, and the sons of God gathered.
Amen.
And they were about to go talk to God in heaven. Wherever they gathered, they were having a monthly meeting or the weekend meeting. It's there, Job chapter 1. And here comes somebody, you know that person? And here comes the devil.
So who the devil now?
Then God turned to the devil and asked the devil, where are you from? Where have you been?
Roaming the earth.
And the devil said, I've been roaming the earth. To and fro. So you asked him for mobile?
My faithful servant Joe.
You asked him for mobile? Moluba is the name, Moluba?
Moniba.
Okay, Moniba, we agree.
Moniba, M-O-N-I-B-A-H.
So, Granny, Moniba is roaming the face of the earth, to and fro, seeking who he may devour.
So that the devil there. You call my political leader devil.
I didn't say that.
Then you need to watch how you talk to
I said the man is roaming the face of the earth, seeking who he may devour, man. I didn't say he's a devil.
He has not devoured anyone.
He's taking away my divorce. That's what I'm saying.
This gentleman is a clean slate.
I agree. I respect him. I respect him and Max well.
And he's very, 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 very experienced.
Are we going to have conversation about money? But what's his name again?
Dr. Clarence Moneyback.
Clarence Moneyback. But ladies and gentlemen, let me share with you today. I met Jeremiah Coon before, and it was in Liberia when he was a senator. This is respect. That a vice president can leave everything just to come and find me. When I hear you, Glendy.
I said, how you looking tall?
I am tall, Glendy. You have not seen me before. I am tall. I'm scratching, Glendy. So at the end of the day, it is so unique, right? To appreciate VP Coon. So when he said, listen, Stanton, I'm coming over to see you, I called Mommy. I said, Mommy, come on, let's have some meeting with JK. I said, call him JK, a very humble guy. And we talked. A fruitful discussion. Trust me, we will explain if it is allowed. But I'm putting the picture up just to appreciate JK for his visit yesterday. And I think I'm humble. And thanks to him, the respect, I appreciate him. Though he was very busy, but he said he must find us. I called Mommy. I said, Mommy, join me. And Mommy is a good guy, man. He left everything he was doing and he joined the meeting. So I want to appreciate VP Coon for this wonderful engagement.
Where's Mommy living now? He in Maryland or Pennsylvania?
Mommy was here, but I think he went back to North Dakota. Where he's from.
Everywhere? What's wrong with him?
No. Mommy is coming on to show you my eyes.
He said, what's wrong with him?
So
I'm trying to find out.
want to take this time to appreciate JK, appreciate the entire team. He came with his entire team, all his staff member, and I think it was a great engagement. We appreciate each and every one of you. All the security details that actually came along with the VP. I mean, my heart goes out to him, man. He's a nice guy, a very humble guy. And for recognizing the fact that he can reach out to us, we do appreciate him.
All
now,
right,
let's get to the show.
Let's talk the politics now.
Yeah. What is it, Glendy?
I think it was very humbling for him to do that. I also think to appreciate not just, but to appreciate you because he recognizes the work that this network and you did. So I think that was a good thing for him. I like that. My Scorpion brother from Cottington. We are good people.
That's good. Dr. Richardson, you want to add to it? When I hear you, Doctor, I think you muted.
No, I'm okay when we.
You don't want to add that the VP came to see me, Dr. Richardson? You must say something,
no,
Doctor. You must say something. Dr. Richardson, you must say something.
Okay.
It was a good meeting. You said it all.
Thank you very much. At least you did. I'm not going to ask the two gentlemen. I see nothing but hate in their eyes. That's okay.
No one hates the vice president is my friend. Before he met you, he met me.
Good. He met you in a gathering.
Where you?
But the difference is that he came to me, so that's a big difference.
Mohammed go to the mountain. The mountain come to Mohammed. I seen.
Call my brother. My brother.
Yeah, but I see you shaking your head behind the door. You say, "Well, you bow."
Boy, it's my brother. I agree with my brother.
Let's ask a no sedition yet.
Don't mind it.
Akaris, are you saying something?
Okay. No. Well, but man, Queen and I work together. You know that. I mean, the last time Queen and I talked at now 1 month and a half. Okay, so it's not a strange thing. We have a political indifference. We got our own line, but we've been friends. Where I am now, not far from me. One time, I remember he wanted to stop by here, but he does that. I mean, so I don't know what kind of thing. And one side, politics is different from the relationship outside there.
Good.
Yeah. So he's my man. Don't worry. We'll have a lot of things in common before. So leave that one.
Good. So I think I appreciate that from every one of you. Let's get into the show, guys. It's a great show today. We want to say, man, you won't miss anything. Sorry that we were off this weekend, this going weekend, but it was a blessing to be off. So we appreciate each and every one of you. Your calls and check. You said, hey, well, I mean, where you guys at? We missed the show today. We seriously do miss you too. Today we're going to discuss a lot of different issues. One of which would be the Ecowas reply to the House of Representatives. What's going on, my people? And the message we are receiving from the House of Representatives, the next action, course of action. Now, Ecowas denied them, but these guys are saying they will go for the atomic bomb. So I'm going to share that with you. Also today, the court opened, the Supreme Court, and we saw some empty seat. Whether the lawmakers were invited or not, we'll be discussing it. And don't forget, the Chief Justice will be retiring this year. CNN Yo, we wish her well. We get also on the docket the lawsuit, what's going on with Samuel Twe. We got information pertaining to Samuel Twe, the rate of prohibition, cease, hold on to everything, and the Supreme Court have called for that case. I'm concerned. I'm greatly concerned with the proliferation of political party. The last time Musa appeared on the show, we had a little dive into the political party. Every corner you go, people have 100 political party. I think something Paul Kennedy is so not happy with. I'm not saying it's not your right, but can the NEC set a standard? Can the NEC set a standard and make this thing so difficult for anybody, anyone to just jump on and say that my party, 3 people that my party, 4 people that my party? We will be discussing that as well. Any other thing on your mind? We ask you to please bring it up that we can share this. A beautiful Monday. We want to recognize each and every one of you. Dr. Richardson, thank you for joining us. Uncle Sam is coming, by the way. The rest of the team will be joining us. They are honorable man Akaris Mostly Gray. We're happy to have you back on set. My sister Glennie, thank you. My brother Paul Kennedy, as always. My mate just left. Today, he on his way home. Right now, as we speak, he's in the plane. He departed not too long. He going back home. So once he get home, he will join us. If not, you will see Mohammed tomorrow. We also discussed Asala Mittal, HPX, and other things within the agreement. The decision of the government, we want to throw light on that as well. One of the issue also, we are received information of corruption to the national management team. Corruption, we get a document, these allegations of corruption, we will be discussing it today. If I'm missing anything, we saw road construction in chicken soup factory around district number 12, Spoon ran with that story. What else that was done today by the government? Because people say, stand on, you don't talk about the government, you just talk one-sided. So I've been looking around. Today was a quiet Monday, by the way. And I know that we're blessed to have you. Please share the show, guys. You have to share the show. You have to invite people. Let's talk, and let's talk this Spoon Talk. My dear sister, you look fabulous. Dr. Richardson, my sis Glennie, thank you for tying your hair. Dr. Richardson didn't tie her hair, but you guys look great. Glennie didn't do her hair, so she got to tie her hair. Dr. Richardson do her hair freestyle, so she look fabulous. Again, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Let's talk. Doctor, you want to go first? What's on your mind, your opinion?
It's good to be here. We had some time off. I'm happy to see everyone, the panelists, and also to see the audience, kind of trickling in. And also those of you who are in Radio Land, we're happy that you joined us today. I want to talk about Representative Koka. Over the weekend, Representative Koka made a very denigrating comment about women. It was as if he spoke about women in a way that isolate us.
I'm sorry, you got that clip? Can you send it? Sorry, it was part of our discussion. Send it and we'll put it up. Yeah.
Yes. Listen, I'll send it to you. He spoke about women in a very isolating way, in a way where we belong in a certain category in society, that we cannot advance above the category in the way that he sees women. I want to tell Representative Koka he's wrong. Women have made advancements all over the world, and they are contributing to the success of society. Even in our own country, we had a female president, we had a female vice president, and we have several females that are impacting Liberia and also Nimba County. I was really, 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 really surprised at him. And there were other comments that he made about being a representative for many years. It was threatening. It was arrogantly said. He would threaten other people and said, if God bless me, I win again. Yo, see what I'll do to the people. I was like, it's as if he feels like he is on a pedestal. A pedestal. Election is competition. There's a winner and there's a loser. You have to work hard. It's not something that somebody come and deliver to you. So, Representative Koga, please speak about the issues. Speak about the substance.
That's what on your mind. Let Ray say that you were talking about it. Just highlight what on your mind.
I'm coming. That's what's on my mind. Speak about what you have done for Nimba people. You have represented a certain district. What have you done for your district in the past 13 years that you've been there? That's what I want you to speak about. Okay. Thank you so much. That's what's on my mind. I was saying the clip. Sorry.
I got it already. Turns out to somebody said it. Honorable Greg, what's on your mind, sir? Welcome to the show. You're muted, Greg.
Yeah, I want to say good evening to all again. And it's always a pleasure being on this program. One of the things on my mind, Dr. Richardson flag. I didn't expect Representative Koka, being somebody who championed the domestic violence bill, all of those things. I didn't expect him to make such a disparaging statement and tying it to tradition or society or culture. These are the things in our culture that some of us, including him, that we disagree on. Women have the right. In fact, there are some women who are in us. They are fighter than we do. Okay, so as one of Liberia's first he for she, as a member of the Sheroes, that statement is condemnable. I didn't expect it coming from him. It's unacceptable. I think the election in Denmark should be about the issues. A whole spoon will be able to invite the candidates here so that the Liberian people can be able to grade their candidates. It's very important to encourage them to be on this program if they so desire. And don't underestimate Edith. That is a man picking down that you're looking at. So she has the agility, she has the tenacity, everything you can think about. But you can't make such a demanding statement. Then the legislature again, with the statement coming from Ecowas, the response to the chief clerk, that is degrading and demeaning. It's like saying you should know better before you should have even sent this communication to us, especially with veteran lawmakers or Doyen being there and the lie themselves. Other sentiments to send that communication. But like I said, rightfully, probably it was just a calculated attempt to satisfy the colleagues and say, go and die. Okay, I shouldn't stop you from dying, because to stop them probably will have seen it as if to say you don't want to help them. Okay, the opening of the Supreme Court today, I also listened to the president when he said the third component, I think, of his agenda has to do with respect for the rule of law. I thought that was a statement that worth discussion. Whether the last 1 year, 2 months, or 3 months, whether the laws have actually been respected as it is. So those are just a few things. But against Stanton, I just want to use this occasion quickly. I have a child that I take care of. She's 8 years old and in 6th grade. I expect another double promotion from her. So Kuba, I just wanted to say happy birthday to you today. You are exceptional. And my dream is for you to set a record at age 12 to graduate from high school. 14, I know you will do it, but want to double it, that maybe 12 years you can be in 12th grade.
So you take a slap on this one, but I already uploaded the picture. We'll do at the end of the show.
Okay.
For you to properly.
I didn't want her to go to bed. That she got to go to school tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. If that's the case, then all right. Then
thank you for your tolerance. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. I'll Paul Kennedy talk to us, my friend.
Thank you, Stanton. Good evening to our Liberian people and other, who are following us on Spoon. The Vice President visit to the United States is on my mind. I would like us to really talk about some of the gains he has made while he was in the U.S. and what Liberia will expect based on his return to the country. Whenever our leaders travel, especially in times like these, it is really good that we get an outcome of the visit. I follow his presentation at the Power Africa Summit, and I hope we discuss it so that the typical Liberian, those who
I'm
were
sorry
not.
to interrupt you. Are you referring? I know the Power Africa Summit was in DC.
That is correct.
But you still might discuss everything. Are you referring to what took place in Philadelphia, that protest? Because I'm not.
I didn't follow that protest, so I didn't want to talk about it. I'm talking more from the positive side, where he had to meet with world leaders and what Liberia to get, from his visit to the United States. The Philadelphia trip was extracurricular stuff. It was not really a paramount reason why he came. He came to the Power Africa Summit, and that's what I wanted
for electricity, productivity, and everything, and energy-wise. That was what you were saying.
I was asking. We had a clip of what he said at that summit, and that would be helpful.
Oh, okay. All right. Paul, can you send it, please? If you do,
I have it in the chat room, but I'll try to follow.
Please. Thank you very much, guys. You see, we are not scripted. This is what we do. We come on the show ready for you. We prepare the show. This is Glenny. Thank you for sending me the shortbread, but I don't need it. Please delete it from your phone. I can face my own shortbread. Go ahead, sis Glenny.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be on. And to everybody, like Stanton had mentioned earlier, people really love Spoon TV. A lot of people reach out, sending text messages. What happened to Spoon? Where are you? It's a good thing when you have a platform that people can rely on, at least to be a part of the discussions in Liberia. So many things happening. Doc has already started a conversation with Honorable Koka. I don't think anybody should feel that they own or they're a monopoly to elections and that they own it and they can decide who should run and who shouldn't run. I think that's something that I've already started advocating against on my page. I'm not from Nimba County, but I think any woman hearing the thing that he has said, it's shameful that he would have said that, regardless of him being a competition or not. I think we're going to talk about it. So I'm not going to add. I think Doc and Paul talk about it, and Honorable Gray already talked about it. I think it was despicable. And I hope that he takes his statement back, because women have voted for him also. And he also works with women. He doesn't have a monopoly on who should run in a position or have a position. Also, I like when Paul said extra curriculum. I think it was a bonus for the vice president to come and want to engage Liberians, and not only in Philadelphia, but there was also an engagement in Maryland with Liberians also in Maryland. And I think that was good. I think it was humbling of him to want to do that. I mean, he could have said, no, I'm busy, I don't have the time, but he made himself available. So I think that was good. And we'll talk about the protest. I think it was a waste of time. But to the person who did the protest, I think that was important for that person. So I won't be negative about it, but that's on him. He knew why he did it, or two of them, or whoever. But I think also sometimes when we're protesting, it is important for us to pay attention to the messenger. I think sometimes when we're the wrong messengers taking the message, we lose track of what we wanted to accomplish. Now today, we're not talking about the protest and what impact it would have had. We're talking about how the vice president answered the park car question. So that's what we're here. So it means that all of that protest, whoever whoever planned it, whoever decided to do it, it has been lost in translation of the conversation with the VP. But I think it's a busy weekend, so we're here for it. Campaign hasn't started yet in Nimba County.
Thank you, Glenny. And to say to you, you are quite correct. We're going to jump into this thing because a lot we didn't cover on Saturday. I heard that some people want to buy a 68-inch TV. And they were out shopping it. Well, God bless you, on Saturday when they realized there were no coal. And there was no show. And I heard that other people, Uncle Sam, he was enjoying himself like he's another 24-year-old. Uncle Sam Jackson, welcome to the show, sir. How you doing? You're muted, sir. Uncle Sam? All right, we got a problem with Uncle Sam. We're going to jump into this thing. Uncle Sam, can you hear us? All right, what Uncle Sam said this, Honorable Grader gave you the time to send a birthday shout out. She's 8 years old, received the first double promotion. Go ahead, Honorable Grader.
Very pretty.
I just want to say how much I am so concerned about Mr. John. And this young lady I saw from Grand Cape County making a presentation. Imagine like we are at this critical juncture, someone is just turned 8 today in 6th grade. Wow. Imagine. Yeah. And hopefully she getting another promotion maybe in the next 1 or 2 months.
Brilliant.
Yeah, very extraordinary. I just want to say Kuba will love you and keep the focus and be good. And she's very multi-talented also. She has her own comedy page also.
She's so fun.
Yeah.
So, I want to say on behalf of the Spoon Network, Sister Kuma, happy birthday, yeah. May God bless you. May God keep you. Uncle Akaris, your daddy Akaris, say happy birthday to you. We stand with him and we wish you well. We love you. But remember, your education is your life. Got it well. Amen. Thank you very much, Akaris. We wish you her well. I want to say to all of you again, thank you for joining Spoon. My brother VP is here from Dada Patrick. Will also be joined by the sitting lawmaker of District Number 7, Bond County. Our 45 Miller is coming on. We're going to have a jam-packed show.
Before they get no work.
No, Glenny, they have some good show today. I beg you. So let's get into it. Uncle Sam, can you hear us now?
Loud and clear. Yeah, I was just having a problem on muting. Look, I'm very, very depressed, extremely depressed. Oh my God.
Don't say that too loud, Sam.
Yeah?
I said, don't say that too loud, Uncle Samuel.
No, I'm very depressed. I'm very, very depressed. Look, I don't like a complicated life. Since Friday, we haven't had LEC for more than like 8 hours. And I'm running 2 5 kVA generators, ultimately like 10, 12 hours at a time. And that's a lot of money, you know? And I'm just so angry because people come on this platform and they try to praise the money that was given to the Government Labrador Millennium Challenge, and they refurbish an old dam, and they think that there's something great for the country. That is so embarrassing. That is so small-minded when other countries in this region are building 200 megawatt, 500 megawatt dams, and all over Africa, they're doing something because electricity is the engine of life. You know, I can't afford this. You know, like $600-700 a month that I'm going to be paying for electricity, and I have everything in Atlanta. I want to pay $256, and it doesn't blink. So I mean, and everything we've been seeing to them in a post-war period about taking charge of the electricity. Look, engineers don't build dams. It is the people that have the business idea, the investment idea. They tell the technical people what to do, and they go and get the money. That's how it's done every place else. But we take somebody who is an electrical engineer and put him to LEC, and he doesn't know how to go out there to do bilateral construct, to do private-public partnerships. What is it to raise $1 billion for a country that has over $1 trillion in mineral assets? In post-war 22 years, you can't get sufficient electricity to have 50 to 60% of the population to have access to electricity in this modern day, and you're going to come out here and gloat about
that. That's why on your mind we say thank you. We'll go into it, the electricity issue.
I mean, I am more than pissed, Sense. I'm very pissed.
Well, Uncle Sam, I don't want to start this conversation now, but Uncle Sam, you can get pissed. You guys brought us to this place.
I don't
want to start. I'm going to hold myself. No. We got to listen to
Let's discuss it.
No, we will. But we gotta listen to Vanilla Patrick and we come to it. You can go up and come down at your pace. You are part of the Manila Challenge. You are part of this thing called MCC. You did consultancy for them. I'm not attacking you, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, I am not attacking you, Uncle Sam. I am not. Uncle Sam will get to it, but you can't come up here and say you pissed because the LDC is bad. The LDC been bad. The LDC, the wickedness in LDC didn't start from yesterday. Uncle Sam, you are with money captain. You are with money captain when this money came to the country. Uncle Sam, Paul Kennedy on the show was with money captain. We're getting to this thing. Ladies and gentlemen. No, Uncle Sam, we got to listen to BP.
No. Stanton, Yaris Paul Kennedy right there who was on the MCC. Paul Kennedy, was I anywhere near the MCC? Was I anywhere near the MCC?
Uncle Sam, we will discuss this today. We see you posting, we see you frustrated, you mad, you angry. You are right because you're burning 14 hours of generator. I understand.
20 hours or more.
Yeah, you burning 24 hours of generator. I understand. Yes. You are not alone. We need to find a solution. But you are not exempted, Uncle Sam. And we will discuss that today.
How was I a party to a terror people?
We will discuss it. Let's bring in our colleague, Vandana Patrick. Ladies and gentlemen, please share the show. It's really important that whenever we come on Spoon Talk, Uncle Sam.
Different here to do.
What role did I play in the FCC?
Different.
Let's put the matter to rest.
Uncle Sam.
I'm asking you, Stanton. So what role did I play?
I will answer you after Vandana speak. I will answer you after Vandana speak. He got to do his intro.
You come to yourself.
I will answer you. Vandana, talk to us.
Yeah, CEO, it's good to be back, and the change of schedule, with this podcast, I can understand. And the listening public, somebody just called me, oh, my man, so you change your time? I say, well, the time difference is not it was before. So, but CEO, I'd like to begin my opening statement by calling on the rescue mission to look in the direction of Mike Gibby, specifically the Vice President. He's a resident of Mike Gibby now. I shared a video with you people in the chat room. There was a fire incident 2 weeks ago, specifically district number 2, the biggest clinic in district number 2, apart from Dusa Hospital. It got a fire. Right now, patients are being transferred in private cars, Texas, to JFK, Sally. In 2020, the bigger hospital in Magidi got a fire, and patients were rejected at Firestone Medical Health Center. In my presence, I saw that. And this other one happened. We are not asking the government to do 100%, but Mike Gibby stood with the rescue mission. When we went there, the people told my standard bearer, Councilor Gongolo, they don't want him. They want JMB and Jeremiah Kuhn. First round and second round. Please, you don't have to wait for people in your constituent to die. The referral hospital in Mike Gibby, nothing has been done. The clinic in district number 2, the patients are being transported on their own, no drugs. You please try to do something about that. I'm just begging the Vice President. He's a resident of Mike Gibby. That's the only good thing he can do for us. We begging you, Mr. Vice President, if you are listening, we don't have a referral hospital. And district number 2, the only clinic that was there, it got a fire, and the patients are finding it very difficult to come to Monrovia. So again, I know things are okay. Lastly, I want to agree with Mr. Jackson. This issue of electricity is bad. CEO, maybe in the next 1 hour, I'll be off. My computer is charged. It goes for only 1 hour. So most of the time, that's why we are not here. I'm not only talking for me, only for this. But imagine people who live in zinc round houses. They heat at night. Mosquitoes and cockroaches, they fly at night. I've been there. I lived this kind of life before. So the government needs to do something about electricity. We have different methods or means we can get electricity. We live around the coastal line. Win-win. You go to all our developed countries from Grand Cayman all the way to Harper. If you just come with that idea of win-win, I can guarantee you we don't need to go to Guinea or Cote d'Ivoire for electricity. This electricity issue has to be addressed. Please, I want to agree with Mr. Sam Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. We're going to have a wonderful show. I'm not attacking Uncle Sam. I'm not. I'm asking you, please share the show. We're going to talk about LDC, post-money captain. We're going to talk about how this whole thing started, folks. I mean, we can go up and down, but at the end of the day, I can guarantee you something must be done. Something must be done. And I think that, this government shouldn't just sit there and watch. It must do something. But everybody should share this blame, right? How did we get here? That's the question. It didn't start a year ago. It didn't start even on George Banner. It started a long time. Can we fix it? Can we solve it? When you receive almost $400 million or a little over, and we're still having this problem, you must celebrate Donald Trump for cutting aid to Africa, because you have some greedy people in the country that all they would do is just to eat that money, and they did. And that's our problem today. We have document to these things. People that were part of this MCC, people that took the money, people that ate the money, people, whether international folks or local folks, and today, people like Vendetta Patrick and our poor Liberia Uncle Sam, them burning over 24 hours of fuel a day on the generator. That's a disgrace. But let's go back to this topic, and we include that. And Uncle Sam, I already gave you the chance that we can have this conversation today. Dr. Richardson, you brought a conversation about Koga. Let's play exactly what Koga said. I don't know who all running against Koga. I'm hearing the name Edith Gungleware. I'm hearing the name Mark from CMC. I'm hearing the name from Usability Party, CMC, his candidate Mark. And I want us to be frank tonight and discuss these folks that are running. Paul and myself are having a conversation today. Most of the folks that are running, they are agent. They know who's going to win. They are bluffing. So let's discuss it. Let's play Koga, and we'll talk about the race. We'll talk about who are running. And this is what Koga said.
I'm not deterred. I am depending on the Nimba people to make that statement. And they will prove it. Election day, oh yeah. No part of the society, no part of the world, as we said it here, it get bush, and women can go to Sunday bush. It get Sunday bush in town here that women go over there, time for them to come in town when they're singing. Every man can go and like their dog. You can't have it so. You ever hear a woman, you say, okay, you that woman can't answer. That woman that coming there will lure us inside there. She will never spy in my country. That terrorist, that terrorist part of all of your culture. They say the man who die, that the hero of the country. They say woman will replace it. You not see it before? You not see it before? No. We will never allow it to happen. The player will say that thing more than in the manual sector, because they get more society than us. I'm going to tell the elder then there to say, that way I can do here, you tell me. For women to challenge our culture, they will say now, say yes. The democracy we're talking about.
Okay, Dr. Richardson, you go ahead.
Yeah, I'll repeat. His comment was denigrating, demeaning, isolated women to a certain place. This is 2025. The mic that he was speaking with was not existent when he was talking about his, Dewar and Senate Bush culture. I respect those culture. There's a reason why they exist, but he cannot use it as a means of winning elections in a county. Speak to his issue. Let's talk about, he's been representative for 13 years. Okay. What has he done for his district? Speak to that. Don't threaten people. Don't be arrogant. Don't start saying, "Oh, if I win, I will be the one who will hold the president ear to his fellow men there and tell the president." That's part of the clip. If you and tell the vice president, you gotta give this person job. This is 2025. We are no longer in Liberia accepting jobs based on who know you. This is why all of us want to hold people accountable, okay, so that we would not give people a job based on who know you. It should be on merit, okay? So, Mr. Koka, Representative Koka, you need to speak about the issue, okay? Stop threatening people. Stop denigrating women. This is 2025. Women have held higher positions. They have been president of the country that you live in. They have been vice president. They have contributed solid to Liberian people, more than you have contributed to Liberia. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say to him.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Honorable Gray, talk to us.
Yeah, like I said, so Shiro. I didn't expect that statement coming from Representative Koga. In fact, Representative Koga went beyond our culture of the poor and Sunday. It's a Sunday society. He spoke of the issue of a society in this area where it's abominable. And he said you would say that more in the Mano clan. I don't think the people of Nimba, with all due respect to Honorable Koga, will make a decision on the basis of the agenda. I know Edith fought graciously and bravely against Vice President Kun for the senatorial race. In fact, she even went to court and challenged the results. She even won Senator Kun, then Senator Kun, in his own electoral district. So she comes to the table with fire. She's not as ordinary as you think. Koga is fully cognizant, so he has to play those style of politics, even if it means he won the strength, and he goes into the local deeply in terms of the style of politics, because the fact of the matter is that Koga is fully cognizant of the fact that Edith is his major challenger. That's why he says he's not attacking other candidates, but he launches the attack in election where you see a particular candidate being attacked by the other candidates or the rest of the candidates, then that's the competitor. So I think Edith should not take it as a challenge. She needs to hold Koga onto the issues, invite him to a table of debate, facing. She has the tenacity, like I said, the capability. But again, it's an insult to our democracy and the progress we've made in Liberia as a country and as a people. Liberia is a glaring example of women empowerment. Liberia that had the first female chief of staff, or deputy chief of staff in Liberian administration. Then now she's the defense minister. She may not be the first female defense minister in West Africa, but she amongst those records. Angie Brose-Rano, for example, the United Nations General Assembly, head of the United Nations General Assembly. You have President Sully, for example. You have Joy Hour. Now you have a female pro tem. You have Ruth Perry before, okay, as head of state of the country. You had her as senator before. So Liberia has played a pivotal role, even in the United States, in terms of leadership, in terms of the hierarchical structure of women leadership in our country. So I thought that was not a good statement. Maybe his campaign team would tell him exactly we cannot fret on this. But again, it says a lot behind the scene. It says the culture we have in our country. It says the kind of society we have in our country. And I think as a politician, Koga is exploiting that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Greg.
But he's exploiting something to say that.
Thank you, Greg.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you very much. Glennie, let us hear you on this thing. And let me play it one more time, folks. Allow me to play this if you have not listened to it. Talk about the tradition, the poor society, the Senate society, talk about women place only in the kitchen, right? That's exactly what he was saying. Forgetting to know that for 12 years, Madam Sadi served in the top role, #1 in the country. What really Koga was trying to say, those of you that support Koga, and I don't know whether he should take back those statements, but let's listen to Koga and his argument, and his argument. Let's listen.
I'm not deterred. I am depending on the Nimba people to make that statement. And they will prove it. Election day, oh yeah. No part of the society, no part of the world, as we said it here, it get poro bush, and women can go to Sunday bush. It get Sunday bush in town here, that women go over there, time for them to come in town. When they singing, every man can go and like their dog. You can't have so. You ever hear a woman, you say, okay, you, that woman can also. That woman that come in there will lure us inside there. She will never spy in my country. That terrorist, that terrorist to all of your culture. They say the man who die, that the hero of the country. They say woman will replace it. You not see it before? You not see it before? No. We will never allow it to happen. The player, I will say that thing more than in the manual sector. Because they get more society than us. I'm going to tell the elder them there to say, that what I can do here, you tell me. For women to challenge our culture, they will say now, say yes. The democracy we're talking about.
Glad to talk to us. There you go. There you have it.
So I wrote quite a few things down because I don't want to be misquoted. I want to say here that everything I'm saying in my own name, representing myself, my opinion. So for Honorable Koka, who has served 3 terms, is it 3 terms now?
Oh, he said.
I think he has served three terms.
No,
and then to even compare him to the woman superintendent who has been there for less than a year. She's even done more than Koka would ever do, even if you gave him 50 years. 50 years. You can't even see what Koka has done. But to be divisive, to be a Confucianist, to not be a lawmaker who can help bring people together, to be a one leading division in our country. Honorable Koka. I don't want anybody to say that Spoon TV, that Glenn says so. Whoever doesn't like it, that's their problem. For him to also come out on the day of International Women's Day, celebrating women, in 2025 to come and make those statements about a woman. And I like what Honorable Grace said. I think he was just browsing, whatever he can grab to talk about, he just talk about it. I think he think by saying that. And the other question I want to ask him is, what does culture have to do with elections? How is the Senate society or the poorer society, me and that society woman, how does it relate to elections in our country where you go into the polls to vote somebody in a position? Why does he feel so on the edge? Why is he afraid? When he's coming out, when it's not even campaign time yet, they have not declared the candidates yet. And he's already campaigning. That says a lot about who he thinks his opponents are. Whether it's Edith or somebody, I'm not from Nimba County. It says a lot. He already feels threatened that he's coming out before the NEC has even declared campaign. He's doing that. That's wrong. That was totally wrong. Every woman, regardless of what you support, whether you're from Nimba County or you're a supporter of Koga and all of his things, the fact of the matter that he was able to say about one woman, it means that he's saying it to all of women, especially when our team for this year was accelerate action. We will accelerate our action and condemn what he has done.
Thank you. We have to leave it there. Let's go to Paul Kennedy. Paul, let's see what the Koga played. Well, I mean, what say you?
Well, thank you, Senator. I'm certainly not from Nimba, so I wouldn't want to meddle in the Nimbadian politics. I would prefer that they figure out what message the candidates have to present to them and that they should be electing one of their own based on what that person is capable of representing them at the Liberian legislatures. I am a opposition to a sitting representative running for a Senate position. It has always been a part of the criticism I have against our broken system. Why it is not against the law, I think it's a total waste of our national resources, especially for somebody who has been in the legislatures for 12 years, and they have not written a law or passed written a bill that became law and are stand to be corrected. But now you're trying to go to the Senate only because you want additional 3 years and more money. So I think that most of what is happening in Liberia is selfish, self-centered, personal. I have a lot of women in my family, several beautiful girls. In fact, one of them is graduating from the University of Maryland as a civil engineer. So I am a proponent of women doing very well. And if they meet the competition, I wouldn't support, a woman who is not up to the standard be given the position only because she's woman. They will fight for it. If they're qualified, let them give it. But in the process, we should not be just, picking of them and insulting them and downgrading them, right? So I wouldn't support any man for that matter. I think Koga's statement was demeaning, and he's trying to intimidate the people of Nimba to give him power on Olive Branch. And it is a scare tactic. I'll listen further to the video of him saying, if they don't vote for him and anyone brought somebody outside of Nimba and supported that person, if he wins, he's going to deal with them in 2029. I mean, how can you be threatening people who are trying to be a competition in the fair process? So I just hope that the people of Nimba listening to what he has to offer and not elect him because he, according to him, is Prince Johnson representation. He is not Prince Johnson representation. He's an individual of his own and should judge him based on his character.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Well, welcome, Honorable Ford Fumble. It's good to have you. We will get to you, sir. Let me bring in Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, welcome to the show on this issue, sir.
Look, this is a manifestation of gross ignorance, arrogance, stupidity, and not knowing your history. He hasn't read Charles Henry Hubbard's The Political and Legislative History of Liberia. He hasn't read Victor Canaan. He hasn't read the works of Angie Brooks Randall. He hasn't read Growth Without Development. He doesn't know about the role that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf played in the global system. He doesn't know what people like Ngozi Iweala, what they do, Margaret Thatcher, and other great women, Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman. This is just plain ignorance. And that renegade group there is full of a lot of ignorant people. They don't know the history of this country. They don't understand the sanctity of carrying the flag of the first Negro Republic on the face of the planet. That's why they misbehave and act the way they do, because they don't know their history. A very proud history, a sterling history, a history where Liberia was the first, participation in the League of Nations, one of the founding members of the Organization of African Unity, now the African Union, the African Development Bank. All of those great things that Liberia did, if these buggers knew it, they wouldn't behave the way they behave, in a very childish way, undermining the great historical importance of Liberia. They don't know a darn thing. That's why the country is where it is today, stuck in inertia, stuck in ignorance, stuck in malice, and ultimately stuck in the armpit of corruption, because they don't know a damn thing.
Uncle Sam, again, thank you very much, man. We're going to watch Dan and Dawn. But again,
I said Dawn, D-A-R-N.
Okay, thank you very much. Vadetta Patrick, let's hear you, my brother.
Yes, a few clarifications
The Liberian Senate is not a plural society, neither a Sunday society. It's an institution meant to govern Liberians or where laws are made. Anyone who is elected to the Senate, you are not elected to represent the plural or the Sunday society. The second thing I wanted to point out has to do with a male-dominated society in the body politics of our country, where women are intimidated, psychologically tortured, and made to think that they don't belong. This is a new era. This is a new generation. Even if we were to go by this Poro and Sunday society, as a matter of fact, I'm not a Pora. I don't know who are you, whatever. But when Taylor left, Taylor was the Dakpana. Dr. Charles Gange Taylor. When he was in prison, there were 2005 elections. The people of Nimba overwhelmingly voted a female, supposedly believed to come from the Senate over a Poro, because if his argument is, if someone from the Poro is no longer in the picture, it means another person from the Poro should replace that person. But in 2005, Nimbayans overwhelmingly voted, somebody from that side. So Taylor was not replaced by somebody from that side. But what I can say is, I think Koka needs to structure his message very well and do away with this traditionally indoctrinated kind of jargons. There is always a time and season in politics. The message spoken to us in 2023, 2029, the rescue mission will not go by that message. The CDC will not use that message. One of the mistakes the people make in Nimba is the fact that PYJ credentials are unique to himself. He had a message, and that message, nobody could defeat that message. He reminded Nimbadians that when people were chasing you, I was the only person that stood up. He had a credential entangled with protection of the people of Nimba, even though it's controversial. But anyone reflecting during the dark days of our war and how he stood for the people of Nimba, despite the fact that he was involved in other things, the people will say, but this man, he can be devil abroad, but we see him as an angel. Koka does not fit in that category as a freedom fighter. A school in Nimba, specifically.
Thank you. Thank you,
let me close on this.
All right.
Nimba politics, everything that we are saying here is just for political correction. It is driven by tradition. So we are only trying to be politically correct. Our school in Nimba, specifically Karaha, and these people, their decision-making processes are based on tradition. I also want to disagree because there are women who are paramount chief. There are women in Nimba. When the plural society people are outside, certain women can stay. So that alone is a contradiction to what Koka said. There are some women, they go to the Sunday, they go to the plural, and they are very powerful.
Thank you, Frippy. Thank you very much. Honorable Fode, you want to speak to this, your colleague? Welcome to the show, or you just want to go to the next topic? It's on to you. Welcome to the Spoon Talk.
So, thank you again, Statham. I sat back and listened to most of the panelists. The first thing I would like to say is that sometime when political actors are in the middle of campaign, they are tuned more like focus on a specific demographic. And some of the things that will be said are things maybe later they might have further conversation and have some adjustment. But based on a given demographic, you might campaign to that group of people in terms of what they want and how you believe you can protect them. Like my brother said, Vandala, one could just wish to be politically correct, but the realities on the ground are far different. I am not for Nimba, but most often that traditional nature of politics are always brought into the national discourse. So I've seen for women. I see a Koga that portrays.
Thank God the internet cutting off.
I think
all
I believe is that
they can for the internet. Somebody call
yeah, I think it's okay now. It's okay now. I think it's okay. So I've seen a Koga that has a lot of respect for women. I know a Koga that believes in the rights of women, and with that advocacy has led him to winning over 2 elections in Nimba. I think the campaign is heating up, and some of the worries will be things other people will have conversation to have more clarity on the setting, what was he saying, what really he meant. But for the sake of the campaign, I would not want to get in the middle and start to tear him and say all sorts of things.
Do you think what he said he should clarify or take it back fully?
All of the actors in the campaign.
For that, I hope you can get out and come back because it looked like we're losing you.
I didn't get what you said, Satan.
Can you hear me now? All right. So let me see. Maybe Fuller can go out and come back in. Fuller, if you can yell, just go out and come back in. Dr. Richardson, do you think the representative need to clarify to the rest of the country? Do you think what can he do now? A lot of females, they are offended, and you try to do the local politics. All politics are local. He's speaking to members of his county, and I think this is a big slip. I think. But what do you think?
He said what he said, so there's no way he can come back and say I didn't mean to say what I say or to say something like what Representative Foote said. I have seen him. I'm quoting here him saying, I have seen him show respect for women and never give one example as to how Koga showed respect for women. Okay, so Koga what he can do is he can apologize to women of Nimba County and Liberia at large, but I don't think he can come to clarify anything. He said what he said, and Liberian women heard it. The women of Nimba heard it. Apparently, Koga has not read his history. It is my understanding that the very Kanta was named after a woman, Catherine Cummins, who was a senator, came from Nimba County. So he can come to us and tell us that Nimba women belong to a certain place. Okay, so I don't think that there's any clarification.
So my question to you: what can Koga do now?
I don't like to be talking, Stanton, and you kind of.
We got to run, Dr. Richardson. We are operating on time. I just asked you a quick question.
I was answering your question, and I answered your question. I said to you, he said what he said. Okay, there's no clarification that needs to be made, except what he needs to do is to apologize to the women of Liberia and to the women of Nimba County. He needs to do that ASAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. I think you can hear us now for can you get us? Is it okay now?
Yeah, I think I'm okay.
Dr. Richardson and Dr. Richardson answer. What say you?
My internet was terrible a few minutes ago. Like I said to you, in the middle of campaign, a lot of things happen. Sometimes political actors are speaking to a specific demographic, and as such, some of the words will not be correct, politically correct in the context of a national space. But I think the politics in Nimba, like Van der Laak said, is more traditional. And you can even listen to some of the tone behind. He asks a question, the response. I feel strongly that Koka will need to provide further clarity because a lot of women are served in positions of trust in this country. We have had women serving the presidency. We have had women serving the vice presidency. We have had women serving as justice minister and other permanent positions in this country. And now they are even performing ministers in this government that are women. Take for an example, the Minister of Health, she's doing well, and she's a woman. So I think you need to provide clarity, not in the middle of the campaign back and forth conversation. People want to tear you down. Someone providing a political point for a specific demographic. That's my
thank you very much. I want to say you're very hard with Koga. You think any clarity will help?
I believe clarity will help.
That Uncle Sam, I beg you.
Okay.
Sam, finish on this one.
I have little or no respect for most of the people, the renegade lawmakers and their behavior. I really don't. They've undermined democracy. They try to destabilize this country. They've taken millions of dollars from the public coffers to stay in fancy hotels, to eat fancy meals, and to carry this fake agenda. So I have no respect for them. For hardly any one of them. And for that, you can put your finger up from that judgment day.
Thank you. It's okay, Uncle Sam. We're not going to go personal yet. I'm just sticking with this. We got to move on. Honorable Gray, let's hear you. Honorable Gray, let's hear you. Glendy and Dr. Paul.
I'm telling you, I have no respect for them.
No, I agree with you, but are you calling for the name? That's why I say let for the name.
He called me a cancer brain. I will respect him.
Uncle Sam,
I will respect him for calling me a cancer brain.
Okay, Uncle Sam. Okay, thank you very much. Great. The great man. Talk to us. What do you think? You think clarity will help?
Yeah, first let's establish the fact that campaign has not started. Koga could be charged by the National Elections Commission through a complaint for pre-campaign activities. Because that is a direct attack. When I heard Foley talking about campaign brings its own message, it's true. But campaign has not yet started. That put it in context for us. That is a condemnable and it's an offense against the electoral laws of the country. Also, I would take it at a higher level. The Unity Party will be endorsing Koga. The MDR, the Indo collaborative effort. Jeremiah Kuhn is there. With Kuhn or Boyka be campaigning for a character who has diminished and brought to public obloquy or public ridicule the women of our country. The way a campaign team will manage that will form a serious part of the campaign message and fight in Nimba County. So I don't think it was a slip of tongue. And I guess probably Koga did not calculate.
So let me hold you right there. Are you saying that whether the president or Jeremiah Kuhn would go on the campaign trail with Koga?
They were definitely to endorse Koga.
Then you think they should? Thank you, Honorable.
No, I'm saying they will. And to go.
No, I agree. I heard what you said. I just want us to move on to Glendy.
Let me conclude. To go and campaign with him like that, with all disassociating themselves. In America, you live. Sometimes the presidential candidate disassociate themselves from some statements made by some individuals or whatsoever. So to campaign with him in the public glare and fight with him is an endorsement against the women of the country. They may have
so let's go to Glendy and the rest of the guys. Glendy, what Honorable Grace said, you think the VP should go and pull Koga up or the president?
I think I agree with Honorable Gray. I think if they go without denouncing what he has said, will speak volume to the women of Liberia. I think to be able to move forward with him, he has to be chastised for what he did. Whether it comes in President Boyka supporting women, making a statement to the women, and condemning what Koka said, that can be something. But something I want to I want to thank Honorable Gray for even pointing out that campaign has not started. And on the 15th is when the 14th or 15th they're supposed to name the candidates, and then campaign starts, I think, a week after. So and what is interesting is that when we hear Honorable Fole Famula come out here and try to defend Koka by saying that, oh, this is political season, people say this. I want to ask him directly, do you think the statement that Koka made in your opinion, as a representative, were appropriate?
Gladys, the first thing I would like to say to you is that I understand the women's sentiment.
This is a direct question. Please say yes or no.
Glendy,
Answer yes or no.
hey, Glendy, you're not talking to your student. I want to know your student.
I'm your student. If you can answer them.
Glendy, let him answer the way.
Glendy, let me tell you certain things.
I'm the Honorable Koga colleague.
Let me say this to you. The first thing, like I said to you, I understand the history women has played in this country. They have been at the forefront of every major. I believe strongly that, like I said to you, Koga as an individual, I need to tell you who I know, the person I know him to be. Glendy, you said on the show, you can sit freely with the likes of Honorable Gray. The likes of Honorable Gray, a few years ago, they were in the legislature. Other people differ with them. They could not sit with them. That's their position. But it does not mean that Honorable Gray is not a good person. Koga, the person I know, Koga respect women. I think he had a lot of respect for the Liberian women. All I believe is for Koga to come and provide further clarity, because women are taking that statement.
All right. With that, your internet is very bad today. Your internet is terrible. I don't know if you can relocate somewhere for it. Your internet.
I think I'm okay now.
All right. Finish up now, because we didn't get your last line. Finish up.
Am I good? So, yeah. Glendy, I'm not bothered by your personal opinion as to how you see leaders. Sometimes you are not being in the middle of a campaign. You do not understand the circumstances people are through, the stress they are faced with. Or I can say to you, express your personal view, but I know him to be a better person. I think he needs to provide further clarity, because nationally, women are taking that statement as it is in terms of face value. So he needs to provide further clarity. I know he respects women. That's the kind of person I know him to be.
Paul Kennedy, what do you think?
Let me just say this. Let me just say this for the record, Stanton. Take for an example, to Omen Jackson, I respect you. If I say anything in the past, I take it back. But let me say this to you. Not because I differ with your position on the El Nito deal, meaning you and I will not have a common.
And again, I'm gonna hold you there, because we're talking about Koga. We'll get the electricity and the El Nito deal. So let me hold you there. We'll hold you there for it. We are not to the El Nito deal. We got to go in order backing you. You came here to discuss the China Union issue too. So let's find time for that. But leave El Nito for a second. Paul Kennedy, I believe you spoke. If not, what do you think?
I had a dissenting view, but
okay, hold on 1 minute.
That was your decision.
Yeah, but hold on 1 minute. Honorable Fambler, I beg you. Paul Kennedy, what do you think? How you call her Edith should be doing now, Paul?
What I think Edith should be doing?
Yeah, because I heard that she in the race, but she have not spoken to days and Dr. Richardson, Glendy. From a female view, they are angry. But is Edith angry? I'm not seeing anything from her.
Yeah, we don't know that. What we can do as panelists is to look at the issue. I think the attempt of Koga to use tribal politics to demean women, to give them a lesser chance of winning him, I think it's something that he's crafted. And I heard somebody say, well, if he denounces it, then Bwaka can support him. If he has said it, and if he's using that as a tactics to win a woman in the political run, that's the person he is, right? And if he's going to pretend he's not, because
do you think Jeremiah and Bwaka should put his hand up?
Well, if they do, then they agreed and they believe in his principles. Stanton, I cannot put anybody's hands up whose principles I don't believe, right? So if this gentleman according to them, is a good guy, they might put his hands up. But if he's demeaning and condescending women and speaking ills against them, only in the political process, that is his thought process, right? So if they are supporting him, they are also supporting his process. I don't know Koga. I'm only judging him from this statement he's making. So if he did not mean to say it, like Fode is saying, if this is something that was pressure to him because of the political, tension, then he could go back to justify that, to actually withdraw his statement and apologize to women, because the statement itself was condescending, putting women down. Now,
I listen. Thank you very much. Vandana, can you wrap up on this, please?
See, I like to reiterate. That's why most of the time when I come here, I give disclaimer that I don't talk because certain people face certain problems. The decision-making process is reflected in our leaders. It tells us who we are as a country. Relative to Koga, I think the best he can do is to acknowledge that he erred, that the manner and form, the choice of words, his gesticulation, the tone, the psychology of the people. You are not talking to only men. That message will have been said in a dignified borough society meeting or men's meeting. The men will take the message in a time and disseminate, but not for public consumption. Politically, he erred. I must say that you don't denigrate women. In fact, when you become senator of Nimba, I'm just saying, just in case he's elected, you are going to represent Liberians, Nimbayans, globally, and representing Nimbayan, they are both males and females. You're not going to represent one group of people. So the best thing, and somebody talk about the vice president and the president going there to go and campaign. Under such a demeaning statement, I'm not too sure whether the first lady will be happy. It is good to clarify. Don't stand to say, oh, you know what, I won't go there, it will dishonor me. The best you can do is to clarify. Somebody is asking about Edith Gonglo where? Well, she has her own political strategy. My understanding is that she contested, I think, 3 times. This will be her 4th time. We don't know. And there are more candidates coming. My understanding also is that there are going to be 9 candidates. I think the dominant.
Thank you, VP. Thank you, VP, because I want us to get there. I appreciate you, Vandana Patrick. Let me start with Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, too many candidates in this stuff. Too many candidates, Honorable Gray. But here we are, though, and I'm going to ask this question across the board, man. Who got the edge right now? Who got the advantage? Who do you think making progress?
Okay, as far as I'm concerned, I want to be a little bit blunt. I see Koga, I see Edith. I also see Garrison Yellow and the guy from the Liberty Party. Okay, and besides that, Koga may seem, let me repeat, because of the MDR, which is Prince Johnson Party, he may seem to have an edge. But what I do know is that, I mean objective, what I do know is that Koga's fear is the presence of Garrison Yeru or a stronger Gio candidate that could split the Gio vote and give Edith or other candidates the added advantage on the basis of tribal voting. If you heard Koga, he made mention of going into the Manum Belt to sell a society conversation.
So I understand that. Let me ask you again, because I got to go to the rest of the team. Why CDC is in the back? They have not provided any name, of who they're supporting. Why are they on a cover? Who are they supporting? Do we have a seditious in disguise under another party here?
You asked a very technical question. The CDC will be involved in the election. The manner and form in which the CDC will be involved is for the CDC to make that determination. like maybe they made a determination in Lofa County. But from all indication that the CDC is involved, and the CDC will make a position very clear at the end of the day. So, in Nimba, let me say this to you. We've had people who have supported the CDC, people who ran on the CDC ticket.
Is CDC fitting candidate in? Will we see a candidate from the CDC?
The CDC National Executive Committee will speak definitively on that. Let me repeat, but I want to say something quickly before we leave.
No. But you got to answer, my man. You're a CDC.
I said the CDC National Executive Committee will speak officially on that.
So do you know whether they're going to feed a candidate?
Let me repeat to you, probably Stanton. The CDC National Executive Committee, to the chairman, Jana will speak officially to that. It's not for me to say that in the public square. I don't have the authority to do that. What I have the authority to say, I will always say that. But
thank you. We gotta go because
I don't want to say something. Do you know North Kedor? North Kedor was a representative in 2005 that won on the ticket of Koto. Nimba had demonstrated a history of women representation also. So North Kedor, I won a district. In fact, she came second highest in the county representative election in 2005.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charisma. Great. Guys, we want to say thanks to all of you. Let's leave this conversation alone. There's a reason why CDC is not putting any candidate we can announce.
No, you don't.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me now, Honorable Gray. You say, let me talk. I beg you.
No,
this is spoon talk. I beg you. This is not great talk. But you not say your own respect. Position. So let me go ahead and say this. CDC will not feed any candidate in the race. CDC is hiding behind other candidates. CDC thinking about who to support now. These are different variables coming up. I can announce. St. Gray don't want to announce it. That's fine. I respect his position. They are waiting for the party. There's a CMC candidate. His name is Mark Blewion. But Mark Blewion, who was he, folks? Mark Blewion worked on the CDC. He was a sedition inspector general in Nimba County. I don't know whether CDC is supporting him from the back. Then we got Edith Gunglewack. Edith Gunglewack coming in as an independent, but you understand that CDC will be supporting her. You get Garrison Yeru. Garrison Yeru also again getting favor from CDC that they will support. So my thinking, help me from that. I'm coming to only you on this one. Why CDC spreading her win team? If you have Sam Koga saying, I'm going in this thing, I want to win for Unity Party and MDR, but then CDC is scared. They are all coming like a scarecrow, supporting people in small. Why? What's going on here, Vendetta?
For me, I think it's meant for political correctness, but it's not going to help the CDC. If I was in the CDC, I'll be very clear. I will analyze, in terms of that in my mathematics, there was a formula we used to call Bob Mars. You look at the candidate that supported you, and Edith Gunglewack, for example, in the midst of a heated election, she endorsed the CDC, and a lot of people went after her. My understanding, she had to escape from certain gathering, and being a champion as the former president professed to have been, that would be one of the key agendas. Secondly, Garrison Yeru, with all due respect, a sedition is being crucified. I'm talking about Speaker Koka. And Garrison Yeru became one of the legal counsel for the majority bloc, prosecuting a sedition considered to be a family member, I say family member in terms of politics, and it's threatening seditions. So because of that, if I was in the executive committee of the CDC, obviously I would do Garrison Yeru, that you don't no longer enjoy, the confidence of the CDC. This is a frank conversation, and you weigh between the two, and you have a dialogue. In CDC primary, the people look at certain boys and say, my man, back off. Let this person go. We'll support you another time. You make concessions. 2029, if this person go and they don't win, 2029 will endorse you. We'll bring both of you together. The CDC will support you. But just in case you don't win, and this person, 2029, we will support them over you. So it's a choice. This is how you go about. But if you sit, let me say this. If you see the foot, according to Bishop Desmond Tutu, if you see the foot of an elephant on the tail of a small rat, and that rat is crying for justice, and you say you're neutral, that rat will never appreciate your neutrality. Whether CDC decide to go solo, they don't support anybody, all of these candidates will not appreciate them. They will pretend to believe that, oh yeah, these people are supporting us, but they will not. Because they want to see the CDC. They want to see they want to see Akaba's grave going to Nimba.
Thank you very much. Let me bring the team in because I won't give the rest of the guys, Dr. Richardson, Sister Glennie, Paul, Uncle Sam, even our honorable mayor for the family to comment on this. We're finished with the Sam Koga statement. Let's come to the real politics. I am disturbed. I'm only disturbed because I think I will agree with my brother VP. CDC will end up losing this thing. You cannot throw stone and hide your hand. They did that in a couple of elections. They got flogged. CDC said they are the biggest opposition to Unity Party. Right, VP? Right now they are saying they are the biggest. So why can't you just directly put somebody in? I think that's nonsense. I think they are afraid because you know what? That Nimba County, they cannot try it. Yes, the game plan of CDC. CDC going in, hiding behind Edith. Edith is CDC direct candidate. They are 100% supporting Edith. And I hope Edith can come on the show and prove me wrong. You got to understand, Edith is mono. You already got a mono man called Yan Twine. Edith cannot go in all by herself. They will say, well, we cannot have two mono people. What can they fall in this? If you want to keep this as a tribal election now, Mano, Gil. So what CDC doing? I do believe what I know. CDC is telling Musa Belete, my man, Mark Breo, this guy, he's a reaction, he's a sedition. We give him position. He can fight for us. Let Mark go. Which tribe am I from? Mark the Gilman. The next person is Garrison. Garrison a Gilman. Yes, they do. Garrison, Mark. They're going to script off from the Gil side where Sam Koga from. Giving the edge to either who is from the Mano side. Because Mano side can secure the vote from the Mano side. The only thing either want to reduce the vote for Sam Koga. That's why Garrison is going in, and that's why Mike Graham. Everybody know Mike. Mike was the Inspector General in Nimba County. So Mike coming with the CMC, that's another sedition. I'm not condemning CMC. I'm talking about the individual now of Vanetta Patrick. So my reason here is that something is happening. There's a reason this guy, Akaris Bosigwe, will never, ever come openly to speak to this thing. Because the game plan is about to be unveiled. The game plan is about to be seen in public light. Because you know what? If Garrison win, CDC win. If Mark Blair win, CDC win. If either win, who is the number one candidate? CDC win. I really don't care. But let's just tell the Liberian people the fact. The fact remains that CDC going like a susun. They got 3 hands in. And in November, they will eat their first hand. And the first hand are $100,000. The second hand are 50. The third hand are 50. So the $100,000 hand, that either going nowhere. Ain't nobody stupid. But I think it's trouble though. Put Sam Koga statement aside. You know I can blast at Sam Koga. I think yes, the trouble. Sam Koga, he seemed to be the front runner. If you don't carry somebody strong against Sam Koga, like VP is saying, Sam Koga will beat all 3 of them. And I leave it with the Nimba people. Now, I've said enough. I know people coming from a Jackalope vein. I think the blood running in there is black. So I will wait and I will yell for the hyenas. Dr. Richardson, you go first.
First of all, it's important for us to say that Koga did not only just attack women, he engaged in divisive politics in Nimba County, which is not good for Liberia and is not good for Nimba at this point. He attacked other politicians. I want you guys to pay key attention to that, okay? He talked about Harrison Yelu, and he talked about people, you can build what kind of road in the country, that your business, I will be elected. And when I'm elected, I don't want nobody to come talk to me because I will cancel you. That's what he said. He was talking about being a dictator, a godfather in Nimba County, as opposed to being as opposed to practicing merit and meritocracy. Number two, we are very happy that Mike Leon accepted to be on CMC ticket. Okay, he has the right to associate or disassociate. Is in our constitution, and he chose to be on CMC ticket. Mike Bam represents the future of Nimba.
He's a sedition, right? Because he was a sedition yesterday.
He
so you don't care about it.
There's nothing wrong with being a sedition.
Okay, good.
Okay, sedition, at least in the last election, Joseph Boca won by what, 20,000 votes?
So at least you admitted that he's a sedition, because therefore our CMC put a sedition in the race. We get that on the record.
Why you don't want to get a woman?
No, let's allow the data to talk. I beg you, let's allow the data to talk. The only question I have for the data was, you took a sedition and make him to be your candidate on a cover. Because now Mike Brown, this Mike Brown, yeah, he's a CDC in disguise. If you vote for Mike, you're voting for CDC. If you vote for Garrison Yeru, you're voting for CDC. If you vote for Edith Gunglowe, you're voting for CDC. Now we can have a conversation here. Dr. Richardson, sorry to interrupt you.
I have always said on this show, now, I would say it now, and I will say it, in the future. The CDC presented a good message to Liberians. CDC told Liberians that they were going to come for the downtrodden. They are going to come for people who are in Nukutan. They are going to uplift Liberians. They are going to come and provide equal opportunity and be a government of inclusiveness. However, we saw when they came into power, they did not fulfill their promises to Liberians. Okay, we saw a lot of them being greedy and building these mansions. We saw them breaking champagne on material things, and they did not spread the wealth. They did not include the general population. Now, Mike William, okay, is from Nimba. He's young. He was an inspector general. He knows exactly what the young people and the people of Nimba, old people, young people, middle-aged people need. He has been around Nimba. He has visited the breadth and length of Nimba to understand exactly what the needs of Nimbayans are. And as a lawmaker, he will be able to integrate his experience of being an inspector general. Okay?
So Mark Boyan didn't enjoy the support for CDC. Mark Boyan was left out. Is that what you're saying? They left him out? That Richardson, they left Mark Boyan out? Inspector General for Nimba County, they left Mark Boyan out?
I will let you answer that question. Okay, I will let you answer.
CDC left people out.
I am telling you, Mark Boyan related to the Liberian people in Nimba County. I am telling you that he visited the breadth and length of Nimba County to understand the youth, what they need. I'm telling you that his experience are going to help him integrate. Okay.
When last you start knowing Mark Boyan, Dr. Richardson? When last you start knowing him? He's a complete walking sedition. He's a reaction. He has gone to that whole another level. He's not only a sedition, he's a double reaction. How can you come on the show to lecture us about Mark Boyan? Seriously? Do you really know him? You say CDC left some people out. They left them stranded. Do you think Mark Boyan was stranded? Is that why you want the Liberian people to believe Dr. Richardson? That's Mark Boyan?
It's so interesting, Senator. You are the very same person on this media, okay? Advocating for the downtrodden, okay?
Correct.
Advocating for Liberians in general. You are advocating for inclusiveness, which is what, okay?
CDC. But not Mark Boyan. Not Mark Boyan. He's not a downtrodden.
Do you know him?
I do. That's what I'm saying.
No, Mark Boyan is not a downtrodden.
Mark Boyan is not eating crab. Mark Boyan, do you know Mark Boyan as Inspector General for Nimba County? You want us to believe that Mark Boyan is a downtrodden? Are you kidding me, Dr. Richardson?
Yes, he is. What do you think being an Inspector General is?
Let me round back to move on. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Let's have this conversation.
No, I'm not ready to move out. I'm done interrupting me.
Now conclude.
No, I'm not going until I'm done speaking. You interrupted me.
Richardson, please don't put me on the list. I'm not a he and she. I ain't even she. That Richardson, I beg you. We gotta go, sister.
No, I'm not leaving until you interrupted
me. She got right. She's the host too. Go ahead.
No, I mean you can't do this. You can't allow. You can't stop or interrupt me when I'm speaking. You cannot do this.
Richardson, you call him Mark Blair or Dan Jordan?
Well, still let her finish now.
She called him Mark Blair. Now everybody know this guy. She calling the guy a Dan Jordan.
That woman told you were tired.
Dan Richardson, what's going on with you?
But see, let a woman talk.
Let a woman talk. You tired.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We're
gonna no problem now.
Obviously, yes. Obviously, there are many people, including the host of this show, Stephen Wilson, is experiencing some jittery effects because Mike Billion is in the race. Okay, he's here. He's here questioning: is Mike Billion a sedition or a CMC? I'm happy to report, okay, that he made a choice to transition to CMC. Okay, that is his right to do that, and I'm happy to report that we are going to hold Mike accountable, as including Liberians. I'm happy to report that he's been on the breadth and length of Nimba County, and he knows the needs of Nimba County, where he will integrate his experience of being a lawmaker. His experience of being an inspector to lawmaking, overseeing and representing the people of Nimba County. He's talked to them. He asked them questions. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Dr. Richard saying, we love you too. Thank you very much, my sister. We got to bring in Glennie. I'm begging you. Sam, your candidates will go down the top. But ladies and gentlemen.
Why you leave me off?
No, remember, we got to go to Glennie. You spoke first. And after you, Dr. Richardson keep me. You spoke, you told me, say you cannot answer the question who CDC feeding in, right? Right? So let's go on new round. What we're doing. No, the new round will come back to you. Let Glennie talk. And I just want to say,
you know why you're jumping over me.
Now I want to say Mike Blair that Dan Children. I beg you, yeah. Go ahead, Glennie. We'll come to you, Honorable Great. Let Glennie talk.
Yeah, Honorable Great talk.
No, that's it.
So you want to then we'll go to Uncle Sam. I'll keep it Honorable Great for last. That's the reason. I beg you. Uncle Sam.
Just say you know the reason I will fire you by. Just wait.
Look, I don't believe in parochial, provincial politics in Liberia. Let me explain that to my Mary there. The representative there, the senator there, I don't be looking at that kind of thing there, because since the war, the people that we voted to put in that legislature there, all they've done, they've ratified concession agreements and confirmed presidential nominees. I don't know of the origination of significant legislation. I'm not saying they didn't pass any legislation, any law, but I want to see a significant legislation that they passed in that legislature that have improved the lives of my Wata in Claratown, in Joba, in Gate Town, in Yekwi Town. I don't know it. So for that reason, I don't follow it. But let me tell you about Nimba. Nimba is probably the most progressive county in this country, and the one that has created a lot of local wealth for people. And I admire the Nimbayans, and they've, over the last since 2005, which is 20 years, they pretty much determined who's been president by them shifting. In this particular election, in terms of name recognition, it appears to be Koka. And he appearing to use his relationship with PYJ to carry him through. But what I believe is that because I'm connected to the NPP and somehow loosely connected to the CDC, I don't know how this is going to play out, but the CDC, I don't believe, will be putting out a candidate. But we still have some time yet for the announcement of those candidates. When those candidates are announced, then I will have a pretty good idea the shape of the race. But for now, everything is speculation. Everything is speculation.
Thank you very much. You are right. You are right, Uncle Sam. We'll wait when those candidates are announced, and then we'll discuss it. But you see, this is phone talk. That the Richardson, Sis Benedict's, our darling sisters on the show. But sometimes we gotta put that aside and get into some very, very deep politics here. So my position on Mike Leon, I got videos, I got picture when he was a sedition or reaction, when he was working, and Dr. Richardson said, well, they mentioned from Paul to Saul, Saul to Paul. So let's move on and see. But seriously, he's a sedition in disguise. We're gonna go to Honorable Fode and then Honorable Gray, then we'll move to the next conversation.
I didn't speak on that.
Oh, Paul, yes, after Fode you will speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Stanton, sometimes when I listen, it's very difficult to understand. When my sister says we were happy to receive Mark in the CMC, it's just a fact that maybe my sister is just declaring her membership for the CMC. Don't forget, when she came to Liberia, she paid the chairman of the CMC visit in Nimba. And they had a lot of different conversations, probably including the party position.
Fode, she announced on the show that she's a member of CMC. Yeah. So it's not a new.
It's not a new thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not being following. When people have a political side, most often they no longer stand on independent ground to criticize. Most of their conversation will either be biased.
Okay, by yourself, you do have a political ground. Everyone knows. Okay, you're on the side of the anti-rule of law. Let
me learn a difference.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
let me learn.
I just don't know that when you point a finger, the rest of it coming back.
Sometimes you're asking two things politically every time you want to.
Yes, to stay on the topic, I beg you about this.
So let me say this to you: the issue of the number of candidates in Nimba. For me, the first thing in election as such, the turnout will be low. A lot of issues will impact the turnout. There will be a low turnout. Usually, in the kind of elections, not more than 35% of the regular voters turn out, and you will observe. Most of the places you have a huge turnout are communities with huge population that reside in the local communities. So I think, like on Grace, in terms of name recognition, Koka is leading the field. He's doing well. I think he needs to coin his message better for the voters, because the senator of Nimba is seen in this country as one of the major stakeholders that will lead the country to another transition. So most often people count a lot on you. They have a lot of expectation. But let me just correct some of the records. When the likes of Mr. Jackson, who most often say denigrating words toward leaders in the legislature, come on the platform and say, Man Water should listen. They have not achieved anything in the legislature. The war, the killing of the likes of Doe, the government they set up in this country that brought let me just learn now, Stanton. Let me learn. When the women were talking on the thing, let me talk now.
It's time for us to talk that thing, man. We gotta move on with the topic. I beg you. You and Uncle Sam, we have your 30 minutes to have this conversation. Uncle Sam, no, we gotta keep to the topic. Paul Kennedy, can you help us?
Let me learn and stand on.
Well, I beg you, honorable man, I beg you. So let move on. I beg you. Paul, let's take in Nimba, Mark Leon, Garrison Yeru, Edith Gonglowe, and that of the rest of them that are jumping in. Talk to us.
So let me clarify a couple of things. I've run twice in legislative elections in Liberia. And for us to have the perception that someone was a part of a former party and they registered and run in another party, we still continue to associate them with that past party is a flawed thinking. So we need to stop that. The gentleman, Bilwon, is that his name, is now a member of CMC. To ascribe to the CMC membership, he had to resign. If he was ever a member of CDC, he had to resign from CDC to be a part of this new party, which is a law under the National Election Commission. So I will hold him as a member of CNC and talk to the issue with him representing CMC and not CDC. Bilwon is I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. And all of the candidates in the race to Nimba are not strangers to Nimba. These people have worked in Nimba, they live in Nimba, they associate with people there. And it is incumbent upon the voters in Nimba to make the decision, of picking one of them who will ably represent them. Unlike the notion that the legislature election is not important, I hold high relevance to the legislature election. In fact, our country is breaking down today because the legislature is weak and the quality of people we elect there are poor. So if we focus on the legislature and actually put well-meaning people, selfless people who are, innovative, who really have good character and intent to move the country forward, they will hold the presidency in check and balances, which is a fundamental responsibility of why they are there. We normally don't pay attention to the representatives and the senators we elect. This is why we get the kind of outcome we get from, so it is always a good thing to pay keen attention to the representative and the senatorial election, which I think the people of Nimba will do. And I'm not familiar with any of these names. I know Ms. Edith Gonglo, and I hope that she is putting her team together to give message to the Nimbadians of why she thinks why they should elect her over the other people. I think that would be in her interest.
Thank you very much. You are quite correct. Thanks. We're going to finish this thing up with Honorable Great. Honorable Great, talk to us.
I don't really know why people worry about the CDC, whether the CDC will feel a candidate or not. Because I know the Unity Party is not going to feel a candidate. I don't know why people are not worried about the Unity Party. Why? The CDC is not in opposition. I know one good thing that I know the objective of the CDC is for the opposition to win. It's a clear-cut thing that the CDC will definitely speak about. Okay, I love the importance of the CDC being so much so discussed when the existing ruling party will not even choose to have a candidate in the election. But people are not discussing why the ruling party will not have a candidate. And I'm not talking about maybe trying to collaborate with someone or work with someone. I'm talking about having a candidate on the ticket of the Unity Party. I don't see that happening. So no need of caution in the CDC. Our mission is to work with everyone in opposition. But I believe, and I will consistently say it, for Vice President Kuhn or President Boakai not to publicly say something about a statement in Nimba County. It says a lot. But not just the start of leadership, but the sincerity towards women empowerment or inclusion into their own governance or structure, And I see you. Let me also use the occasion to tell you things, because the show should not degenerate into personality fight between 40 and the senior brother Samuel Jackson. Okay, it's not a good thing for the image of the show. We have to have the show at a different level. A lot of people listening. But all in all, the CDC will covertly and overtly execute the mission of the opposition in Nimba County, and we will assign some political commandos as we did before in Lofa County, as we did in District 13 before. So it's not a strange thing. There will be.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. You're turning to a covert operational team now. You see, let me say this. Let me interrupt Honorable Gray. We got to go. You see, when these things happen, it's an embarrassment, right? They call it the mighty CDC.
Or what Unity Party?
Unity Party is supporting Sam Koga.
But what I was supposed to, don't be afraid.
So thank you very much. Let me say this. It's very important for us to sit here and say this thing. CDC, Nimba gone. Lofa Honosa Joseph Thomas Fala with President Boaga there. Lofa gone. CDC didn't get nowhere to run, and they still saying now Honorable Grayson will cut that. They are on a covert operation. You hear what you say? They are on a covert operation. It's no more something. So let me play this real quick. This is Musa Hassan Benedict. I beg you, will come to you after Vendetta Patrick. This is Musa Hassan Benedict. Listen to what he said, and you'll decide.
You are vice president for this country. You are our own president. We want to respect you. We want to keep you elevated at that level. But if you try to come behind Samuel Koga to force our people to vote for him, believe me, we will match you war by war. No. We don't want to do that. That's not in our culture. Stay out of this election. Stay out. This is not about you. There is a wrong notion that if Mark Miller becomes senator, how does that have any impact on the vice president of Liberia? How? It doesn't. Whether Koga wins or not, it has no impact on you. You're not supposed to. Whoever that is advising you to be Koga campaign manager, stop it. If you come after, our candidate will come after you. You are the.
So let me ask you, Vendetta Patrick. Do you think the CMC political leader threat to Jeremiah Kuhn in place?
So I don't see it as a threat. I see it as a political reawakening, and it is deeply rooted from the political debacle at the national legislature, specifically House of Senate. And this is an undisputed fact. Honorable Musa Benedict is not happy with Koga because Koga was the lead campaigner for the removal
of the chairman,
of which Musa Benedict endorsed and stood by and stays standing by today. To see such an individual in a political process and you expect him to be neutral, I think that would be a political miscalculation. So it's not a threat to the vice president. He's putting his personal political feelings in individuals that he believes will stand by him. You listen to him. None of you should agree ever to serve a campaign manager for Koga. On the other hand,
VP serving as campaign manager, VP, it doesn't look like Jeremiah who's serving as.
Let me tell you right now, if the VP decides not to endorse any candidate in Nimba, you'll be a coward. That means he has dishonored himself not to be the godfather of Nimba by going solo, by remaining neutral. That would be the greatest political accident ever. In fact, if I was in the Unity Party, I would have demanded that the VP takes a stand so that we will know where he stands, whether he's popular in Nimba, whether he has a command and control structure in Nimba. Like I say, I stand to be corrected. The only individual that have message for the people of Nimba, when you tell them left, they go, right, they go, was PYG. And it was driven by his legacy to defend the people of Nimba during the heydays, the brutal days of our civil.
Thank you very much. Let's end the show. We want to appreciate everybody as we talk the Nimba politics. Nimba politics are local thing, right? And again, anyone win, that's fine. But when we bring this thing out of Nimba and come in the city, Central Monrovia, the capital city, then we have to discuss it like we always do. But don't forget, we will see the full names of candidates coming out, like Glennie said. You will understand that Mike Bleon and Garrison Yeru, they are all Gio. They're going to scrape more vote from Sam Koga or Gio, man. And then take those votes. It will help Edith Gunglower, who is also the front CDC runner, Edith Gunglower, a man or woman. And Edith is my sister, I talk to her all the time. But CDC either put up or shut up. The days of them hiding their people is a problem. And to see that, okay, Mike Leon said, I no more CDC, I didn't see that post. Paul Kennedy, you say it's okay, we agree. People can flip-flop. But he has never separated himself from CDC. Never. Never. So I think it will be really important that Mike Leon say, let me I no more CDC. Then people will believe in all of that. I think that Honorable Gray said they are all covert operators, and, trying to achieve something covertly. But I beg for us to move on, ladies and gentlemen. It's only important. You guys were calling for our brother, the Vice President, clip. Let's play what he said when they talk about a parked car, and we can hear your view quickly.
They want to know whether you are a parked car in this administration. That was the last question.
Thank you. So, the way our laws are written, every vice president is a parked car. Because on our constitution, it says the vice president will assist the president. The president got to request that assistance first. If the president don't request that assistance, Mr. or Madam Vice President, go sit down to your office and go to session. And so every vice president is a parked car. Any vice president who want to be a running car, that vice president can get in trouble. Is President Bwaka working with me? Yes. As vice president, if I get a vase, I go in the room to the president. I advise the president. Whether the president take I advise or not, my own ends in our room. If it came out, the only thing I can do is to defend it, or I toss some kind of way around and find a way around. But I can't come from that room and say, I told the president not listen to me. You see the thing I spot? You honor your boss man. The power of the executive is inherited in one person. Now the president of Liberia. You vice president, whether you're popular, you're not popular, the power of the executive is in that one person. And only that person has that authority. The player sitting here, if President Bwaga says, I'm going to draw the mark, I'm going to talk to you again, I'm getting outside. I'm living from here at the work of a vice president. And so, every vice president that Paka, my chief said, I'm going to be here. When you call me to go back, I will go back. When you vice president, before you travel, you got to go to the chief. Chief, I'm traveling. Please give me an excuse. When the chief said no, you sit down. At the work of a vice president. Every vice president I want to add a AB, the histories are there. Y'all been seeing it. Me, it will not happen to me because I know my role.
Thanks to the Liberian investigator for putting that together. That's VP Kuhn when he was in Philadelphia. Let's hear you, Honorable for the family. Then we'll go to Dr. Richardson. What do you make about this statement, the Honorable man? You're muted, sir. Can you unmute?
Yeah, stand on. Serving in political position, most often you see things that ordinary people do not see. In these positions, you are faced with life-changing decisions, and your ability to process them, that those actions that you are about to take will positively affect your people means a lot. In the context of Liberian politics, the vice president spoke as an experienced former representative, former senator, and now president. His experience, his practical experience about what a typical vice president should be, an individual who should assist the president. That was the clear message. He believed he's acting in that direction. And I believe just by understanding his role, if the issues of transitions come about, he might be some of those that the president would think about. So I do not have much reservation about his statement. He spoke in a political context, and his message was just clear.
Thank you very much for the Representative Fambula. Dr. Richardson, what say you about the EP reminder?
Yeah, I want to just go back to what Representative Seven, and then I will address the issue. I strongly believe that Representative Bidete was saying we need an even playing field. We don't want someone who is in power in a higher level of power, such as Kun coming into Nimba and exactly doing what Koka said he would do. You know, say we want this person. No, allow everyone to campaign and allow the playing field of elections to be even. That's what I heard him say. We don't want Kun coming into Nimba County and saying vote for this person, vote for that person. Let what the people of Nimba County, the candidates of Nimba County, let them be able to show what they can do for the people of Nimba. That's number one. Number two, as far as the vice president's statement in Philadelphia about being a parked car, I can't help but to ask the question. We are paying the vice president $7 million roughly in the budget, and he is a parked car. Is it time for us to now reduce the money that we are giving a parked car? Because if you are only there because of the potential of something happening in the government, you know, where you'll be able to say that you'll be president, then let's pay you to be there, their money, instead of paying you $7 million. Number two, as someone who studied the behavior of people, what in the Constitution it says that the vice president is supposed to assist the president, okay? And the vice president said, well, it's up to him. I give him advice, whether he takes it or not, but I'm not going to come here to tell you, say what we talk. My question is, what advice have you given the president, whether he took it or not? I want to hear it, number one. Number two, if the president didn't take your advice, what is it about his behavior that tells us that he's not accepting the advice of the vice president? Or what is it about your behavior that tells us that the president is not accepting your advice? So there's two questions there, or both. There's two questions there that I'd like to explore a little bit, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
I'll tell you Dr. Richardson. It looked like we need to play the clip again, Dr. Richardson. He said, if. He didn't say he have offered advice and the president didn't take. He said, if I should give an advice to the president.
Yeah, stand on. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute, stand on. Just 1 minute. My sister wanted to know whether there is any phrase in the Constitution that provide for the vice president to assist the president. The creations of the office of the vice president is just clear.
I want to know that. I said that.
There shall be a vice president who shall assist the president.
I know that, Representative Foot. I didn't ask that. I know that. I said that the Constitution asks for the vice president to assist the president. I said that. Okay. Even if he said if he used the word if the president, I don't know what the term you use. If he said if, I want to know what advice. If he should be asked about the current trend in the country, what advice would he give the president? I want to know that. I also want to know. Okay, go ahead.
No, finish that.
Okay.
Hold I beg you. Let Dr. Richardson finish. I beg you, my please. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
I also want to know what is it about the vice president's personality that perhaps the president is not asking, and perhaps it's like if it comes in turn, the president is not asking him for his advice, or what is it about the president's personality that speak to him not asking his able lieutenant, who according to the Constitution should assist him. He's not asking for help, if that's the case, okay? Or is it both? That's what I'm exploring and I'm trying to figure out.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. And again, before we move on, I will just make a couple of things. I do not think, and please correct me, everyone that watching us, including you, former representative and current representative, does the office of the vice president make $7 million a year? Is he receiving $7 million a year?
Stanton, I do not. Stanton.
No. We're not hearing you, VP. Can you say that? Because we can put it up. It's right in the budget.
So Stanton, the VP, where?
What I know is that every time a budget is crafted, the VP's office has specific amount. So the $7 million in question is the combination of the 2024-2025 budget. It has some $3.1 million.
Okay, so my question remains the same, VP. My question is, how much does the office of the vice president receive? Or yet?
In the receive over $3 million.
It's not $7 million. I know the answer. It's not $7 million. So let's get something straight. And let me say this. And the next thing is that leave Nimba politics. Jeremiah Cohen is anybody, and he got to go vote. That's a constitutional right. I don't know how you want Jeremiah Cohen to leave Nimba politics, but again, I will just take a different position on that because I know we have to be objective. The office of the vice president sends President Joseph Yema Boakai serving as vice president, that of Joe Howard Taylor to Jeremiah Cohen. They never received $7 million yearly.
How much
all right, Dr. Richardson, you got the budget. Let's go to Honorable Gray.
I wanted to hear from you because you don't want objecting to what I said.
Yeah, I object on it. It's not $7 million. Okay, Honorable Gray, the budget is out there.
I reduce that amount because if he says that
thank you for but let's talk about the context here, Honorable Gray. He said he's a parked car and he's limited. Let's talk, Honorable Gray.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. I'm going straight for the head of Vice President Cohen. That statement that he made in defense of Article 51 of the Liberian Constitution that says the first line says you should assist the president, the vice president. The word assist is a very strong word. I've listened to constitutional lawyers on this particular subject matter. I've listened to some strong debate. You are there like a landsman to assist the referee. That means the Constitution gives you a function to work. Okay, that's why you see the referee sometimes when they blow the whistle, the landsman can put a flag up for consultation and say, no, there is the decision. This is where we need to go. So the Constitution gives you a responsibility to assist. They're not asking the president. They're telling the Constitution telling you what you should do for the country in assisting the president. They're not saying the president should ask you to assist. They say, my man, assist. You can't have a vice president that doesn't understand his responsibility to assist the president. Okay? Besides that, besides assisting, they say the president too can ask you to do other things. Besides you assisting him, read Article 51. The president can ask you to do other things too. Besides you assisting him, he can ask you, please go represent me so and so area. But you have that right to assist him, and the president cannot neglect. He cannot say, no, don't assist me. Another thing, I have a very strong debate. The Constitution says in the Scene 51, Mr. Vice President, you're the president of the Senate, and you are to preside. When there's a time that you can break it, they gave you spell our constitutional function. Nobody should come tell us say you pack here. No, the Constitution never pack no vice president. The Constitution of Liberia provided minimum 3 cardinal functions to the vice president. The vice president, you know, he need to preside over the Senate and take and break the tie to preside. But for those the power for presiding officer. Let's take politics out of it. The power of where you know when they remove fanatic over the presiding officer, they know the power of the presiding officer. And somebody say you pack car, the power of the presiding officer that can cease or motion on the floor, the presiding officer that can decide who speak for the day on the legislative floor. He can say, okay, we'll come and take a vote, but the way I look at it in here, might say, I will assist the motion here. Then you go and consult and call everyone. You know the immense authority that you the only constitutional person, elected person that can say constitutionally. Let me finish. I think what Jeremiah Kun has saying is that the government output is not powerful. This is the statement that Jeremiah Kun tried to exonerate himself from the government. The last time you look at him, government say we are the fight for the Liberian people. Look, I know Kun, you don't know him. When Kun got ready to disassociate himself from the CDC for the first time, he spoke against the CDC, saying they didn't do nothing for Nimba County. After 9 years, you know, open them up here. After 9 years, I told you the last time, Jim Barney made a statement that Kun political tactician there. Say Breaker is
thank you, Honorable Greg. We gotta go. We gotta go.
I beg you, sir.
What you say, Richardson?
These are These are signals that these boys are trying to disassociate themselves. The Unity Party has to be smarter than smart. I don't care how strong don't play with it tonight. This guy knows that Breaker, the administration is rapidly failing. He has a presidential ambition for Breaker to preside over a cabinet meeting and say to his vice president, Mr. Vice President, don't be thinking about 2029. Think about helping me now. Now the vice president Breaker was talking to because of this.
We got to make progress. Let me bring in Glennie. Glennie, can you close us on this park card story, please? We'll go to Paul Kennedy and we'll make progress with Vendetta Patrick. Glennie, please.
So I don't have any problem with what the vice president said. I think the vice president was speaking metaphorically. I don't think anything he said had to do with whether he's taking pay, whether his budget is metaphorically. Patrick. That's how he was speaking. I don't think anything he said was wrong. I think he was trying to just say, in this case, he also cited the Constitution. He also cited his function. Does the vice president not attend sessions? Has he not voted? Is he not performing his role as they want to be a tiebreaker in the legislative branch or in the Senate? He does. I've seen him attend session. I don't have any problem with what he said yesterday because I understood what he said. I understood what he meant. He is not the leader of the country. Joseph Breaker is. And he cannot have an English book and say usurp functions. He cannot go and act like Breaker when Breaker is there. If Breaker invites him to do something or asks him to do it, he will do it. So I don't have any problem with what the vice president said because I understood what he said. I know exactly what he meant. Now, switch it on the other side. If we have a problem with his budget, if we have a problem with what he's doing and say he's making too much money to not be doing much, then we can bring that argument up. But if we're only speaking based on what he said this weekend, I have no problems because I understood exactly what he meant. And I don't think what he meant has anything to do with what's in the budget for him and what he's being paid. That's how I understood it.
Thank you very much, Sister Glennie. Paul Kennedy, what say you about this podcast conversation?
Thank you, Stanton. I think the vice president's statement has, some basics that has to be reviewed, especially based on the structure of the Liberian political system. Liberian, the political system really thrives on mediocrity, and is convoluted with a lot of gossip, hearsay, they say, and I say. And so in Liberia, the vice president duty, is largely determined by the sitting president, right? Because the Constitution really just left it vague and say the vice president will assist in a given situation, and particularly they will be there basically to wait for the president to be incapable of being the president before they come in. But here's my thought on it: the vice president also has the agenda on which he or she and the president are elected. An innovative vice president will look into that agenda for the progress forward move of the country and say, listen, these are the things that my counterpart, because the vice president is actually a complementing arm to the president. When that word assist means to fill up where the president has gap. In other countries, that's what everybody will understand. In Liberia, they'll say, oh, they're not trying to take the president's job. But in good functioning, well-structured countries, the vice president complements what the president is unable to do or able to reach at. They are a team of people. And so they will be looking to see, they will be taking initiative on national issues, like maybe gender issues, people who are in minority issues. They will be strengthening international government collaboration. They will be advocating policy reform, because Akara said it, the vice president sits in the Senate. He should be holding in public community engagement, going to talk to the people. How are we doing with our policy? These laws and things that we put together, where are we with that? The vice president should be championing social issues. So for a vice president to tell me they are Paka in Liberia, I will accept it because we thrive on mediocrity in Liberia. And somebody would say, oh, the vice president. And there's a difference between an active vice president and a powerful vice president. When the vice president is trying to be powerful, then he has some power intention trying to undermine the president. But the vice president is trying to be active, superseding, looking, having oversight on government function. I will hail that vice president if I'm president of Liberia and giving a lot of kudos on what he's doing. I don't think vice president should be Paka, but in Liberia they are often Paka. That's why our country is going down the drain.
Very much, Paul. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam and Vendetta. Let's close up on this, then we'll talk about the Ecowas document.
Okay, look, two issues. Musa ability, the way he spoke, was as a close personal friend of mine. I would speak off the record to him because I have a lot of issues with my friend, and I would take it up with him, at the appropriate time when we get together. On the issue of Jeremiah Cohn, Vice President Cohn, I don't know where he took this from, but I think he's trying to parrot former Vice President Boyka, who is not President Boyka. Boyka was not a parked car. He said that because he purposely wanted to disassociate himself from the failures of the Unity Party of Ellen. He did not want to be associated with Ellen, and he paid that price in 2017. Jeremiah Cohn was not parked car. Joseph Boyka has given him projects to do, including the 285 yellow machines. He is the main negotiator. He is the head of the technical committee, and there are many other tasks that President Boyka has given Jeremiah Cohn. And I can speak it with authority. He's not a parked car. But I also believe he's a tactician. And he sees, because of the missteps and the haphazard approaches that the Unity Party and the limited successes of this government, he's trying to also disassociate himself from it. Because there is no way that Jeremiah Cohn can run on the record of the Unity Party to be president in 2029. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Then he has to build coalitions. Where that coalition will come from, he has to look at MPP. And his buddy, Bonnie, may be able to help him, but there will be like the other forces aligned to Joel Howard Taylor, who may be trying to obstruct that coalition. Okay? Why it appears that it is still too early for 2029, but I'm a being counter. You only have 3 years of governance to go. In 2028, forget about it. the whole avalanche of politicking will begin in 2028 January, because people now see 2029 as the following year. So this is just my warning to the Unity Party surrogates and supporters, and also their strategies. If you do not make advanced progress within the next 3 years, and this year is pivotal, especially for your signature projects of roads and agriculture, 2026 next year, you only have 2 years to design, implement, monitor, and let the Liberian people know your success. Jeremiah Coons, a smart man. He understands the politics of it, and I think he's sending our signal early on in the game that he is not a part and parcel of this, what appears to be a failing administration. He's not going to jump off the boat. He's too smart for that. But he's going to send signals. And that speech in Philadelphia was one of the signals that he sent to people like me who understand the political economy of Liberia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much. Vendetta, let's close on this topic.
Yeah, so CEO, I saw the Vice President response as a missed opportunity to articulate the achievements of the government and his personal intervention in those achievements. Somebody reminded him, are you a parked car? He went to constitutional provisions. The crafters of our constitution were deliberate and very intentional that the vice president should assist the president. If you look at the political analysis, both of you were elected. They assisted in this context. It's about creativity and innovation. You don't have to wait. Nobody has monopoly over knowledge. If you cannot physically appear, you do policy memos. That's why in the office of the vice president, you must have great people, scholars, who will sit down and structure, because the vice president is the president in waiting. So the structural context of your office and how you operate should be presidential. So it's not just about waiting like someone a kid sitting down, I want to see you can go like errand ball. No. So I saw that as a missed opportunity for the vice president to articulate. If I was in his position, I would state clearly, I am not a parked car, because the question was specific. Are you a parked car? I am not a parked car. In fact, I would use that term to boast about the proximity I have with the presidency and how this president has gotten me involved in some of the decision-making processes. For example, like the yellow machine. I am not a parked car. Like when the president wanted me to review the issue of the yellow machines, this president invited me from $285 million, $85 million for 285 yellow machines, and from a critical analysis and international pricing based on research and connections, the price is now at $22 million, and that report has been sent to the president. And you go on to name. I represented the president at the Energy Summit in Barcelona. And these are the road. I come as CEO. But again, CEO, let me close on this. The Unity Party will split in 2029, before 2029. Because I see greed. There are competing interests within the Unity Party. I have interacted with a lot of people. They have said to me clearly, they will never, Unity Party, as a ruling party, they must produce a standard bearer. That means JMB is going to run. If JMB does not run, there will be an alternative to JMB to run as president and not a VP. I'm saying that my words are not Bible, but these are the discussions that are ongoing. You can take it to be a gossip or not, but leave it with you. That's why the vice was not definite as to whether he's packed or not.
Thank you very much, Vendetta Patrick. I can just say it again. You listen to the VP, you listen to the program in Philadelphia. The each word of VP is a parked car. The context under which he spoke, everybody know. But to say that the VP should go announce in Philadelphia the conclusion of the yellow machine. I don't think the government have taken a position yet, and though he submitted the document to the president, but it will be premature for him to announce. The president and the executive management will do that through the information minister, or the president will do that through a press conference. But if indeed he submitted his report, then he will win. Now, let's just be straight up though. Parker or no Parker, I do agree with Sis Glennie. He was speaking from the condition under which that you have to assist the president. You can see whether Madam Jua was a Parker or whether Parker was a Parker. Let's move on to the context. I want to bring in the Ecowas document here. And it's good to have you, Honorable.
Senator, I want to provide a piece of information just in regard to that Parker situation or analysis. Stanton, the essence of public administration or leadership is to look at the past, what has happened, and how you can correct it. The last time I checked, when my brother Gray was in government and one of the front runner for the great CDC, he argued that he saw a vice president who was writing opinions, who felt that she had two masters, similar thing that Vandala was trying to present or put the vice president in such a context. And it took her 2 years. She could not see her boss, only because she wanted to be that front runner, writing opinions, providing direction for the government. And the likes of Gray, they are aware of what happened to the former vice president.
So that means you agree with me. I see what you just validated that.
Can I allow us to just listen? Honorable 40 from that, please. It's after 11 in Liberia. We beg you, sir. When we do opening and closing, then we will allow people to interact. We beg you, Honorable 40 from that. Let's move on. I want us to address this issue about the ECOWAS reply to the Honorable House of Representatives. Before we do that, let's listen to Deputy Minister Daniel Osando. Let's listen to what he said. It's good to have Honorable Fambula here to address this issue with the former Representative Akaris Moses Gray. Let's listen to Daniel Osando, Deputy Minister of Information.
The ECOWAS Parliament rule does not typically, the ECOWAS Parliament does not typically have the power to reject a replacement if the nomination follows the legal procedural requirements set by ECOWAS and the member states' law. So somebody is talking about the democratic principles. The people who the House of Representatives are seeking to replace, were they elected?
Okay, so Daniel Sano took a view that you found that view in the House of Representatives. He just speaking exactly from the playbook of Representative Forty Fambula. Let's go back to see the reply from ECOWAS. This reply came in since Friday. I was advised not to share this, and I was very patient and I respected our sources. And then it came up this morning. But here's the reply. We have to zoom in. Sorry to say Mr. It shouldn't be Mr. because Midra is a female. Chief Clerk, House of Representative of Liberia, Capitol Hill, P.O. Box 9005, Monrovia, Liberia. I never heard one last I heard about P.O. Box, but let's make progress. I'll respond to the request of the record of 3 members of the Liberian delegation to ECOWAS. Before we do that, who were the 3 members who were recording? There we have it. The Honorable Murmur Bridge Mensa, Tai Wangwe, and others. This is the letter from the House of Representatives to ECOWAS. We read this, it was signed by the Chief Clerk. So now they went back and they replied to the Chief Clerk. There you have it. In accordance with Article 18.18-1/2 of the Supplementary Act on the Enhancement, please read this. But what did it say? The Honorable 2, I want you to look at 2. The Honorable Member Samuel R. Anders, Senior, Member Bridge Mensa, and Ta Z Wangwe do not fall under any of the aforementioned circumstances. Therefore, their replacement cannot be affected. Period. Look at the reason they gave in one. Go to number two, they name them, and they say you cannot find any reason for us to send the people back home. Now, hundreds of thousands of Liberians listen to us. Yet people say they're not listening to Richard Kuhn and 40 Formula and the House of Representatives majority black to replace Mama Bridge Mensa, Samuel Anders, and Tyrone Way. They do not fall under any of the aforementioned circumstances. Therefore, their replacement cannot be affected. Period. Consequently, the honorable members of Ecowas Parliament will continue to serve the amendment until its expiration, in line with the international commitments of the Republic of Liberia. I remain at your disposal for any further clarification and assure you, Madam Chief Clerk, of my highest consideration. This is big. You cannot make this up. This is huge because for the family, Information Minister Geraldine Pierre, Deputy Information Minister Daniel Osando, and every one of them, majority black leader Richard Kuhn, all of them said they were sending these people home because they have the constitutional right. Dr. Richardson, please help us. Let's hear you on this issue, man.
We discussed this on the show.
We set the business for the conversation.
What you say?
I think we should start with 40 to set the business for the conversation.
Is that what you want to do, Dr. Richardson?
No, I think we can go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. We discussed this issue on the show before. We had you, Honorable Gray, tell us you had challenged Snow being at Ecowas, and Ecowas replied your body and said that Snow was a community property, especially after he was sent by the Republic of Liberia to Ecowas. So I don't understand what is the argument here. We have had a history of this already. So I believe Ecowas was reiterating their point to Kuhn that these three members are community property. They are serving the region now that you send them. My question would be to Kuhn, what and all the people that supported him, what was he depending on to ask for their recollection? The only thing I can think about is he didn't read the history. He didn't ask his colleagues for assistance in terms of making this decision. He just went ahead and felt like, I can make the decision to recall these three members and I'm going to do it. So this is an example of somebody who's been power drunk, to say the least. That's what I have to add. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, before I leave you, and I hope everybody can consider the question as we go around, Dr. Richardson, real quick. Anyway, I will wait for your feedback on this because we want to know what next, but maybe you will be the right person to ask. We'll wait for the honorable man here because you want to just try me real quick?
So what next with what? What next? What are they going to do next?
Yeah. I mean, the Ecowas said, no, we can't do anything. You make election of three other people, keep them in Liberia. We don't want them.
I don't know what's next, but it's very shameful to me. However, I can foresee him trying to recollect or ask for those three members to be removed from the body. I can foresee him doing that. He is so power drunk. He is so dictatorial that he
Who are you talking about? Who him? Richard Kuhn?
Richard Kuhn is so dictatorial. He will want to do that. So that's what I see next. Preliminary.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Honorable Moses Akaris, great sir. Your view on this.
I really want to speak after 40, but basically we
can come back to you after 40 if you want. Yeah. Okay, Sister Glennie, you want to go ahead?
So I think Senator Snow said this here. He talked about this. This is something that we all, when you hear Senator Snow, who has been with this group for a while and knows the in and out, and he made mention, I believed him. And exactly as he said it is what has happened. I don't think they can do anything. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to be part of the ECOWAS Parliament in Liberia. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to appeal the decision or what? There's no decision made. They just told them what the rules are, and that's it. So I think it's a bit is condescending for the Ecowas ballot to almost say what you all did was wrong. You should not have done it, because also it's condescending to the fact that they didn't even believe their representative, Senator Snow. He told them, you have somebody there who has been with this body for a while. He's telling you this, and you're insistent on doing it your way. And now you got the slap back. What's next? Nothing. Just sit down in your corner and pick up the next story. Finish.
Danny, thank you. Paul, let's hear you, my friend.
So this was predicted by Senator Snow, and somebody whose opinion on ECOWAS I very much hold in essence, because he's one of ours, at ECOWAS, and he was right on this very platform saying that the majority black were out of order and nothing. Their letter would not be substantial and it would not make any difference. In fact, ECOWAS was going to reject it. He even went to the extent of saying, if ECOWAS does not reject that letter, then I'm not. He was really emphatic about it. So and the majority of black, instead of tapping on the resources and the knowledge of people like Senator Snow, completely ignored the process and community engagement approach and ran to ECOWAS and embarrass us. This majority of black is embarrassing the country, because it is as if they really don't understand the entire protocol and procedure stuff. I see the deputy minister standing there talking about the people who were not elected. They need clarification from ECOWAS to speak in the context of what election is. Because from my mind and what I heard Senator Snow say, that the election is when a constituent of people put you into the House of Representatives, you are elected. And once your name is sent to them, you are the nominee, and they're going to confer you. They're going to hold you there until 4 years before they can think about replacing you until your term ends. And it is exactly what they're saying in their conversation here, in their letter here to the Liberian government. But you have a deputy minister for information standing there saying the people we send there were not elected. So how did they become representatives? So I think somebody needs to be educated on what the context of election is as far as when it concerns the ECOWAS parliament. Because what we are saying here, what we are seeing is completely a disregard and a denigration to our country. What kind of lawmakers are these who don't even understand the first process of laws? It is a shame unto them and their efforts. And call it what you may, I'm angry because people who should be our best mind should not be relegating us in the international community.
Thank you very much, Paul. Uncle Sam, talk to us, my friend.
Well, first of all, one of the things I learned is that anytime you belong to an organization, you have to know the history of the organization. You have to know the tradition, and especially the rules associated with that organization. I will repeat. If you are part of an organization like Liberian legislature, their rules, Article 33, Article 49 of the Constitution. If you are part of ECOWAS, you should have to go back to it. But the fact that these renegades, and my mother, let me get calling someone a name so you can know who they are. They call them iconoclasts. You know what iconoclast mean? It means that people who ain't, they're self-real people that don't care about nothing. They don't go to Sunday school. They barber not under their head. They just completely bad children that you want to get other children away from. The bad apples. That's who they are. That's what we call it, iconoclasts. They don't believe in anything decent. When everybody going to Sunday school, they say not smoking cigarette and drinking by your car on Sunday. That's how they're behaving. Because these people here, yes, these people here, Dr. McIntosh came here and told him he was.
Stella, you said that you are there saying wow when the old man is using all kinds of.
School. We come to you back. You will say John 3:16.
You can cause my cancer again. You can say I don't want to talk, but you can say anything you want to say. But let me just talk my own. Okay. So these people here, the same people that were in charge of the keys to the national legislature when the legislature was burned, the same people that on, I think, February 19, that took hammer and bust the speaker door, the same people that instead of bringing a tow truck to move Yaga Koluba car, they bust into the car. We don't know where the people are coming from. We don't know their origins. We don't know whether they're born in two-family homes. We know nothing about them. They are not behaving like people who are running something what the book people call liberal democracy. A liberal democracy is where we come together and we may disagree, but we do it in a civilized way where we don't curse each other, where we don't try to kill each other, where we try to coexist. These people don't believe in coexistence. So let me tell you what I would do. If they are not stopped by the Supreme Court, they will cut those people pay. Those three people, they will end us pay, Tal one will pay, and they will do something. And I can tell you again, if the Supreme Court ruled against them, watch them trying to impeach members of the Supreme Court. But that's who they are. That's all they know. Nothing else they know besides being renegades, besides being iconoclasts, besides being people who just don't believe in a rule of law. That's who they are.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, thank you. Thank you. We're going to go to my brother VP. Let's welcome the corner at Reverend Gray. I'm going to put this up because the majority black for the formula, Richard Kuhn, these were the different, you were talking about the different function and of the speaker. The speaker direct the business of the parliament, blah, blah, blah. The Saturday ABC. We have that. We're going to share it also. We'll share
go up, stand down.
Oh, need that function something.
I mean, yeah, but Honorable Mandela Patrick, now we're coming to you. Can I just say something before you talk, brother? Oh, go ahead, because your internet will go off. That's your excuse. Go ahead. Phoebe, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Sometimes I don't know whether that invention will come about where public officials will be made to take certain type of vaccine to be honest to nation, so they will not compromise the intact of and do what the people want. When we first objected the illegal proceedings.
Phoebe, your internet is being very, very, very disrespectful. VP, let's come back to you, please. Your internet is not good. All right, let's go ahead to Honorable for the formula. VP, your internet is very horrible. Please forgive us. You can get out and come back, and maybe it will be better. Honorable formula.
Yeah, Stanton, I send you the rules, and I wonder for you to please put it on the screen for us. Okay, so for the record, can you please read Rule 3?
Go ahead, read it, my friend.
The rule says, until elections can be organized by direct universal suffrage, meaning every citizen in our country that registered to vote will vote, a representative of Ecowas Parliament it is mandatory, shall be elected by his national parliament shall be elected by his national parliament. That's the first cardinal rule to make you a representative in the Ecowas parliament. Your parliament shall. They are not saying may. They say your parliament shall elect you. In this instant case, the representative who are currently serving, you can put it down, Stanton, who are currently serving within the ECOWAS parliament, the letter transmitted to ECOWAS, in that letter from former Speaker Koka, he says that all of those names he submitted were elected. One of the reasons why the former speaker was removed was because we felt he lied on an oath by presenting a wrong story to ECOWAS that those guys of ours, our colleagues, who are not going through any elections, who the process, the rules that speak to those who should serve a representation of our parliament should go through a formal election. They did not go through any formal elections. There was no considerations of the political space within our country where you have an opposition, you had a ruling establishment, and you have an independent bloc within the legislature. All of the lawmakers who were sent, they are all independent. No one from the political party, no one from the opposition. All of these things were not taken into consideration. What has happened now? The current legislature has tried to set the record straight, meaning they have officially begin the process, the foundation of where this rule will be tested. That the process of fraud has been identified, meaning the former speaker lied by saying our colleagues were elected and they were not elected. As such, we want to conduct an open elections where our colleagues can openly participate and names can be submitted based on political standing in our country. The three names that were sent, one from the independent, one from the CDC, and one from the Unity Party. The foundation of that was to correct the wrong that was done in the past. Now the legislature has communicated with ECOWAS. ECOWAS has not considered the phrase that says one shall be elected by their parliament. The law still provide room. There's a code. There's a procedure. The government, you heard Daniel presenting the government position. The government has the right to communicate with the chairman of ECOWAS community, meaning Tinubu, and inform him of the local internal decisions that have taken place. And at the head of state level, they will need to communicate that information to the parliament because they have identified flaw, and as such, one will not benefit from that. In the context of all of what we've been arguing, our argument was just clear. Our colleagues who were sent, they were not elected. There's no record of elections. All of the two candidates who represent the Senate, they went through formal election that challenged any one of them. Called former Speaker Tyler. He was elected by member of the Senate. Are you saying we should compromise the rules that say before you go to ECOWAS, you should be elected? An individual should only submit names and state clearly that people were elected, and that was not the fight. These are the genuine issues we want for all of us to turn with. I understand. We have our, you have put up this posture that everything that is happening here is just that. Hey, Vendetta, I will learn. Everything.
Let fully finish, please.
Happening here is just that. Let me give you some of the records. There's nothing that by the country, Republic of Liberia, the parliament, the lower house, to challenge decision of the parliament in the ECOWAS code.
Yeah, so let me conclude on my statement.
So, finish. Yeah. Fully speaking, brother VP.
Go ahead now.
The essence of democracy is when we all have the opportunity to test our view, to go to court and test the opinion of the law. Whether if a country have a representation out there and there's a change and there was fraud in the process of those representation, the country cannot correct it, the legislature on her own, in keeping with Rule 4, Paragraph 3. The rule just very clear. There shall be election of country representation. Nowhere. Former Speaker Tyler, he was elected. We cannot come here and deviate from the facts.
Thank you very much.
That's the fact.
Honorable Foden, thank you very much. Vendetta, you want to finish up? I think you have internet problem.
Let me just conclude. With reference, I listened to the beautiful argument presented by the RLG representative and representative of Bonkante. You know, CEO, the people stated in their letter, I don't know whether for they had the time to read Article 8.1, Section 1.2 and 3. They stated clearly that a member sent to Ecowas, upon taking oath, that individual becomes the property of Ecowas. So they gave you a time frame for the. I want you to understand this. The people are not meddling in your domestic affairs. You have the Ecowas constitution. All the beautiful thing that you talk about, you have to be elected. People going to Ecowas, they have to be elected. Everything fine. The same constitution enshrined in the letter sent you, they indicated that with everything that they have given you, as long as this person goes on to take the oath, this person becomes the property of Ecowas. You sat there, you made no requests to challenge the nomination, you did not do anything. The only time you felt that these people should be recalled when you unconstitutionally, willfully, and intentionally proceeded to eject the sitting speaker. Formula, this could have been a very powerful argument for you. If I was in the House of Representatives and this speaker goes on to say something or act differently, and we see our colleagues going to Ecowas and coming back, I will send a communication. You are a very decent layman, crafty, politically. I would have expected you to have communicated to the office of the speaker and plenary to ask a simple question. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that some members of the Liberian National Legislature, specifically other representatives, are representing this ballot to Ecowas. I want to know how they were sent, who sent them, what process was used, and you cite this very constitutional something. I am telling you, I'm sure the speaker will have come crying on his knee, say, "Family, Mamela, your many." It level you to accept on that, but you did nothing. I take you back in court, in our law. There are some cases that are not supposed to be heard by certain courts. But if you, as a defendant, you subject yourself to that court, and a decision is made, a judgment is rendered, it becomes binding. The best you can do is to tell a judge, Your Honor, you have no jurisdiction over the case. Send the case to managerial court. For example, in the town hall, somebody sue me for 100,000 US. That court does not have jurisdiction over 100,000 case. I will go there and say, Your Honor, you have no jurisdiction over the case. Send the case also. But if I agree to sit honor an individual in judgment and render to say I'm guilty, I'll be forced to pay. So you did not do yourself justice. This is belated. You should be ashamed. It's a slap in your face. And don't put your hand up. You should have done it long time. You get sharp mouth. You should have written them.
Let's leave it there. Let's leave it right there. Next time, if you making an example, please, it's not 100,000, it's 100,000 liberty, not US. You do not have 100,000 US. 100,000 liberty. Thank you very much.
Oh, stand on. Stand on. Stand on.
You will still come in. No, Honorable Fode, you will still come. Let's listen to Gray. Let's listen
Can
to
I see me what calling or telling us that we get thin skin?
I think you will still come in. Something Vandela said. And again, Honorable Formula, I beg you, please take note. The only thing that you recognize in the Ecowas document is Article 18, A, B, and C. You didn't make mention of anything else. You just make mention of. For example, the Rule 5, duration of parliamentary mandate. You didn't mention that at all. You said the reason why we're doing X, Y, and Z is because of Article 18, A, B, and C. You cited that now. This is Article 18, A, B, and C. Election. And I think it totally went against you. They reminded you in their letter. They reminded you likewise and said, okay, since you're talking about those articles, this is what we will present to you, the honorable man. And they said it right there in the letter. The same article you went for, they quoted those articles and said we cannot send child one way.
Can I get more information, please? More information, please. For the formula, universal suffrage doesn't refer to the legislature, the vote in the national legislature. Universal suffrage is men and women voting in a election in the county or in the country. That's what universal suffrage is. Universal suffrage does not refer to an election in the House of Representatives. For them, don't mislead the
I think Fodder is aware, but he.
No, he's not aware.
I said to you, in the absence of a general election, there shall be an election for our representation. I said that to you. Universal service is when all of those who are of voting age in that country can participate.
Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, thank you. Uncle Sam, thank you. Let's go to Akara's Uncle Sam, you are quite correct. It's about your local election, your own country election, so to speak. And after that, the people voted already. They elected for the family from district number 7. They elected Bowman Bridge. They elected other people. So now when you call it and say, Honorable Moses Akaris Gray, talk to us.
Yes, thank you.
Honorable Gray is on. He just coming. You said after me, you're going to
the reason.
So you don't want Honorable Gray to speak?
No,
because Gray has not spoken yet.
The internet gone.
The reason why I decided to listen to 40, to be frank, you are a very smart young man. Let me be frank with you. All right, but legislatively, you celebrate a political horse. Now your own war. But I don't want to use your own word against you. Celebrate a political horse. So you think Ecowas took political decision on you too? And a political horse? No, gentlemen, let us not use the law. Ladies
and gentlemen, please, before they charge you a Koka.
Let us not use the law when the law is in our favor. And when the law is not in our favor, we say that politics. A political horse. No, fully. Something is essential in our document, in the rules of Ecowas, Vandala spoke of. Once that name is sent to Ecowas and they are inducted into office, through that oath of office, they are no more your property from the local parliament. They become the property of Ecowas because they've taken an oath on Ecowas. Now, assuming that your argument has a substance, that people were not elected, but for another struggle point, you sat for 9 months with your legislative ingenuity. You said nothing. You said nothing. You have a deputy speaker who is the only serving representative. You have Richard Kuhn, who was there when we argued on the snow scenario. Richard Kuhn was there. You have Samuel Koka who was there on argue on a similar scenario. We raise similar concern that you raise. The same thing you raise, we raise it. ECOWAS was clear that the representatives or the representation of the country are no more your property. They are our property. They don't melt into your domestic election. They don't melt into it. They have no fish to fry into it. But once you submit that name, oh, look out. I'm sorry, Daniel Sano. You think for you think the parliament, you think ECOWAS parliament, the Nigerian president can instruct the parliament? You think the Nigerian president, what you say, oh, right, or the head of ECOWAS can instruct Ghanaian parliamentarian? You joking, right? You think instruct a Gambian parliament? You never made international representation yet, right? The parliamentarian believe the one you call lawmaker in this international body, they believe they got more power than the president. Because they make the law, they can remove the leaders, everything. For you to say, well, right, the president. Now, to the branches, they got the ECOWAS. They got the head of state. They got the judiciary, where you say ECOWAS court, and they got the parliament. The head of states cannot determine the parliament decision. They cannot. For Daniel Sano, who told you even recognize you when Minister of Information go write a letter down there so that the government speaking? So Richard Kun wrote a letter in field that they're not part of the government. They say the government will write Olusegun, or I mean will write the Nigerian president or write the chairman of ECOWAS. Gentlemen, we gotta be real here. You can't put yourself on the fire.
I mean, you got two ladies on this show. Stop saying gentlemen alone. Recognize them.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry. Okay, you can't put your integrity on the line for ineptitude. You sat down, you said, oh, Speaker Kofa wrote ECOWAS and lie. ECOWAS ain't listen to that thing, my brother. I heard you say, you will take the people from there. You will suspend. ECOWAS will never, let me repeat. ECOWAS will never, ECOWAS parliament, that's a different thing. They will never accept anyone from here except the vote tenure expire or the violate something and the parliament makes a determination to replace it. Why you want to embarrass the country? It's a shame to these lawmakers that I just named, not you, but to them. To sit on the legislative floor, they should be guarding the process. Even the chief clerk should be informing you. But because you don't listen to them, you don't listen to the chief clerk, they should be informing you. Rachel Kun, the first thing is illegal. You listen to the Ghanaian parliamentarian? Did you listen to the entire debate? Or just saw absence? Rachel Kun has no legitimate authority to write ECOWAS parliament. Very illegal. They don't recognize.
The Speaker of Ghana will be in Liberia as a guest of our parliament.
We're talking about parliamentarian.
So guys, thank you very much, Honorable Gray.
Let me conclude. No, we gotta conclude. And for it, you gotta listen very well. Rachel Kun is illegitimate. I don't care where President Boyga talking to Ghana to meet the Ghanaian speaker and brought him back here. Now ECOWAS will discussing. You know who the head of ECOWAS parliament, who the speaker. Now the speaker of Ghana. So he's illegitimate. Y'all got ultra virus, big virus hanging over you. They come in explain the kind of virus it is very soon by the Supreme Court again. Okay? For the you can stay in that place. They did the Supreme Court rule. I want to tell you, my brother, look in my face. I'm threatening you, but they did the Supreme Court rule and say that man illegal. You will not go to work. You will not sit down there. You're doing nothing where you're there, you're running in the country and think that the law, you look at whole associate justice and say that liquor talk. You break picking. To look at associate justice and say that liquor talk.
Thank you very much, Kerr. We gotta go. Let me bring in Ed Remy Gray. Colonel Gray, talk to us. Thank you for joining us.
I'm telling you. Thank
you, Honorable Gray. Colonel Gray, talk to us, please.
Well, Senator, I'm sure. Hello, everyone, ladies. Good day. I'm pretty sure that prior to gaining his experience, Honorable Carlos Gray was in the shoes of the family, could not listen. So when somebody like him speaks, He's speaking from experience. That alone should be enough for anybody that want to proceed. The witness is here. Now, people have a say that when the baboon is about to demise or die, you blow whistle, they don't hear. So I think I buy from the lips of others that arrogance step in the way. People are just they believe that and they took on an entire legislature, especially the House of Representatives. They seated away from the rest of the Honorable House of Representatives, form a clique, call it majority, because it contained more than the other side. And they've been carrying on. They allow them to survive on that axis. So those kinds of people, naturally, they have this affinity for breaking the law. They don't believe in the rule of law. So therefore, they will take it elsewhere. But I think from the moment President Boakai came in and tried to have a conference with the purported speaker and say, look, go fix that stuff, it means he has spoken to his counterparts in higher places. That alone should have told you that, what's going on here? But imagine if all local parliaments from different countries were having a say on how ECOWAS runs its operation. You think they will have stability in that place? By virtue of international law, there is something called tranquility of the peace. I don't know if it's one and the same. You have to be able to understand how this international organization thrives. If you want to dictate to the United Nations, imagine how many dictators around the world would be doing that. We'll not have stability in those bodies. So that's why this is a precedent. The senator, you saw it, but you guys were still arrogant. And I wish they'll find a way to spank you guys more than this. This is not even, because the country, of course, you guys have ridiculed us. We accept it. We're laughing stock around the world, especially in the sub-region. So, but you guys need to be taught a lesson, and I think this is the beginning of this is the beginning of your larger disgrace. We hope you guys will learn a lesson. If you go there again, Sandu can talk as much as he wants. He's just a little deputy guy somewhere there in a country that is probably the fourth or fifth poorest country in the world. So who listens?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable Gray, you were in the back because you're taking a call. You cannot take a live call on the show, sir. Like our brother said, Ed Remy Gray, this is when Snow was in trouble. The question came, can Snow now, Senator, retain Ecowas Parliament seat? And Honorable Gray fought that seriously, and this is what Honorable Gray said. Honorable Gray, Representative Gray further argued that regardless of whether Liberia's delegation to ECOWAS Parliament is based on tenure or not, the horse's plenary has the right to declare a seat vacant. And guess what happened? He ate that. He ate that. He took that to the bank, and the bank account was negative because ECOWAS, from that day to today, Snow is still on that seat. Let's give you the last word in 1 minute. Then we all will do our closing and tell us if there's anything else we need to discuss. The Honorable Fode family, talk to us.
So, Stanton, in the case of Honorable Gray, there was no letter sent to ECOWAS. Senator Snow was elected and sent to ECOWAS. The speaker who elected Snow was still serving as the speaker. In the context of a country, ECOWAS do not see the upper house nor the lower house. They see a country. It is a country that assign number of slot 2, like Bill has 5. Legislatively, we divide the 5 and give 2 to the Senate, 3 to the lower house. The confusion of Snow was that when he went to the election, and won as a senator, he was still a representative representing, but then he was still in the House. So moving into the Senate, the lower house guys felt he should not move and occupy that slot. It is different from where an individual who was sent, who did not go through the fundamental principles and policy rules guidelines that are laid out clearly in the Ecowas protocol that state an individual who serve as representative of that body shall be elected by his or her local parliament. That rule was breached. It is from that point flaw is established. A former speaker wrote a communication and said that these individuals were elected. Take that word elected. That was a misinformation. He misinformed Ecowas. We all need to sit on this platform and say and acknowledge the communication and the harm it has created for our country. In the same protocol, it states that configurations of representation should take into consideration one, the political.
Honorable man, real quick, let me ask you why you couldn't fight this prior to the removal of Speaker Koka.
Like I said to you, one of the reasons why you look at the camps, one of the reasons why former Speaker Koka was removed was spelled out that
that's before his removal. Why they not fight him? That's the
Vandala, please listen to me.
No, but I'm telling you, don't circumvent the question.
Vandala, the last time I checked, you were my friend, but you're not my teacher. So please listen.
Honorable Fode, why you couldn't fight this?
The group of lawmakers came together and said we are elected to defend the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia, not to undermine it, not to present misinformation to the public, not to lie. An attempt to breach the Constitution, it is sufficient for our impeachment.
We got 30 more minutes. We got to go to Honorable Mayor. It's always good having you on the show, but let me ask you though, what next for Richard Kuhn and you guys?
There are a lot of options, 100 different. Let me tell you something. Honorable Gray understands the politics. He understands the politics. He's aware that, yes, all that thing, that's the show. But let me give you a few things. One, communicate with the executive. The executive communicate with the head of Ecowas, stating the country position. That's one option. That's another route. Two, if ECOWAS communicate to the country has the right to challenge that decision in the ECOWAS court. That's the second option. The third option, Stanton, is for those same people who challenge to say they stay representative of ECOWAS. They did leave from here. Their excuse will never be granted because your excuse need to be granted here. And if you're not working in the parliament yet, your pay could be sanctioned. That's another local option. So a lot of different political options that could be used to solve this problem.
That's exactly what I said it would do.
Uncle Sam, you are quite correct. And I think at the end of the day, if ECOWAS call for another summit, when ECOWAS call for another summit that Rich is saying, they are saying they will either garnish the pay or they will go ahead and suspend them. How are we going to resolve this thing?
No resolution.
It's calling Fonati to your house and begging Fonati, say Fonati, let's try to resolve this thing. The role of the role of a president, saying Fonati, let's find a solution. I gave up to March 15. Then you have the same people that the president fighting for that never went to Sunday school. When we were going to Sunday school, when we were learning our Bible, when we
that you don't want to pass up for some
okay, and for the go to Sunday school, and at the end of the day, we have a problem now. But Dr. Richardson, before you come in, my dear sister, you know I love you, Dr. Richardson. I know you're not fair with me. Don't mind Glenny. I love Glenny too. But let's say this, Dr. Richardson. Can we ask for what is this?
Then they don't waste people time the EV again.
Friday,
We get nothing
Wednesday.
else to bring on the show.
No, I beg you. On Friday,
Other
we
people here to talk. We can
That's Zumunyale there on the floor. Zumunyale.
Somebody put me somewhere. Let's talk about the Juju.
For come in the Congress. Zumunyale we galani.
Mona gade man janga mwe bo gade ga mwe bo
You were
no
saying
gade.
it to yourself, and I mean you were saying it to. I said you were saying it to. I mean.
Yellow.
What's this one?
So, Center, few things happen in the building these few days. My colleague Honorable Ava June saw blood was there at his door. He's a close friend of mine, and when I went in my office, while sitting, my server came out and said they saw that stuff. They tried to loosen it. For me, I do not believe in it. I think someone is not relevant to me. Like someone said, I didn't go to church. Yes, I'm a Christian, a believer in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I think He's the best protector. I'm not frightened by those kind of things. You like it, you want tie to the door, tie, I'll pass by and go do my normal thing. I'm not interested in even giving any relevant to it. All I tried to do was for the public to understand what was unfolding. That's all.
We start with our sister, Dr. Richard saying, we'll come with that because you hang on internet. 40. We are hearing that tomorrow. When you guys go for session tomorrow, you guys have, I mean, is it true that some people will be suspended tomorrow?
Standard, for me, I cannot speak for the plenary. I can only provide my opinion in sessions. I'm not lost. I'm aware.
Yeah, talk to us.
I'm aware. I saw on the television, few of our colleagues then investigated. I'm aware some of our colleagues was privately written for them to come to session. I'm aware that the ideas of floating, censuring people who have failed to come to work, salary. So I cannot predict the outcome of plenary tomorrow. I cannot speak for plenary. And tomorrow we might understand what will be the agenda. And based on what is on the agenda, we'll tell.
You dodged the question. You have your assignment. All right. You have the layout for tomorrow. But I want to go to Dr. Richard say I can announce to the nation that the plenary on a 40 family and the rest of them, they are intended to suspend people that never ever since they took over been the session. Those included would be Fonati Kofa and the rest of them. They are saying they will either suspend or garnish the paycheck. You talk about the rest of those representatives that say we will not sit on a Richard. They are now talking about suspending them. How are we going to get this result? Suspend people that are going to Ecowas meeting. Suspend people that are not coming to session. Then President Bwaga baking for Nati Kofa. I don't know. Dr. Richardson, let's close the show, man. It's good having you.
Yeah, it was a wonderful show today. We started the show talking about Koka's need to apologize to the Liberian women and especially to the women of Nimba. Nothing short of that would be acceptable because he said what he said. Nimba is not looking to be controlled by a kingmaker or a dictator. Nimba is looking for avenues for them to handle their own destiny, for them to be able to at least get a job, for them to be able to make the business if they want to be able to make their businesses, for them to be able to have inclusiveness, okay, for them to be able to respect the rights of women and girls. That's what Nimba is looking at right now, and that's what makes Nimba a progressive county that we all love and respect. We talked a little bit about the reason why Mike Leon should be leading the CMC political party. Although I respect NEC laws and I'm not campaigning for him, but he represents the future of Liberia. Okay, we all should consider that instead of being divisive as Koka was when he made his speech that was shown here on the show, Mr. Brian has been through the length and breadth of Nimba County in his position as Inspector General. He has heard the cries of Nimba women and Nimba students that sometimes they even got school fee to pay. In fact, I listened to an interview where Mr. Brian said, I'm still studying. I'm still a student. I've dropped all out a couple of times because I had no school fee. I listened to him speak about how he sat down and talk to women who could not afford to have the children go to any significant clinic or health care. You know, a woman making a choice in terms of her, what she'll eat today or what she'll pay to the health clinic. A woman making a choice in terms of if her child is going to live or die. That's this kind of story that he has listened to. He wants to be able to provide opportunities, okay? Opportunities, not to say if you vote for me, not to threaten anyone in Nimba County, okay? Not to say I'm a kingmaker, that I'm going to cancel you if you don't vote for me. God help me if I win, I will cancel you. You will be the black sheep of Nimba County. No, he's not speaking about such divisiveness. Then we also went on to talking about what Ecowas is going to do. You know, this whole problem in our country, we didn't foresee it becoming significant or huge as it has become. We have the representative and the anti-rule of law people prolonging this. They thought they could just go in there and make a few laws, and we Liberians were just going to sit down and let them continue. But it doesn't work like that. It has implications, international and local implications. Local implications to the fact that it's affecting our judicial system in the country. And this is the more reason why, instead of suspending people, we need to come together. Y'all need to come together and talk. Okay? Make sure that you make the House of Representatives a place where laws are made, not people just power drunk to decide whatever they want to do. I want to just thank all of those who are reaching out to me and others about the CMS. We will definitely get all of the documentations together in terms of the website to be able to provide information to you. Thank you for showing your interest. Lastly, I just want to say that there's a outbreak of fire that is in the satellite area. People are burning. I'm sorry, Cinda, can you please mute yourself? Thank you. People are burning the satellite rubber plantation. You are not harming anybody but Liberians. Once you burn, you run the risk of destroying property, our own Liberia land, okay? You run the risk of preventing the jobs of others, because if you continue to burn, that means that we'll have less rubber to send out of the country when it's processed. And when it's processed, and we can't find enough people or enough rubber, people will lose their jobs, okay? So I'm asking you, do not burn property. Find a better way to express yourself. Go through the legal process if somebody makes you angry. Talk to owners or people in the area. But burning the rubber farm, Satellite Rubber Corporation, is not okay for Liberia at this point. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much for your
Stand down. I want to ask my sister one question, please.
I beg you would do that in your close.
Only one note. I mean, they ask us you, Leonie.
No, I beg you, my man. I beg you.
She might leave. She might leave.
No, she's not leaving. She never leaves when she closes. She never. I beg you, please. Pandora Patrick close because your internet is tripping. Then we go to Sis Glenn.
So, CEO, thank you. It was a beautiful show. And as always, I love the civility on the show. Despite our disagreements and personal attacks, crossfire, which is part of the political ingredients on the show. But I'd like to restate and to defeat the impression I harbored by my dear friend and brother, Honorable Fode Famule and his legs. When you ask the question of what are the options next after the Ecowas Parliament dragged them, taught them sense, reduced them to be like they don't belong, talking about will seize their salary or whatever. The letter from Ecowas, once taken to the Supreme Court, it will exonerate them and you'll be forced to pay them. Don't do it. Don't proceed. If you have the desire and intent to do that, don't do it. On this entire political debacle or fracas at the national legislature, specifically the House of Representatives, we should not have been where we are today. But again, I'd like to state that clearly. This president You did not win this election because members of the United Party elected you. This was a revolution, all in capital letter, a revolution gained against the CDC to bring JMD to power. The Unity Party as a political institution could not perform that magic. So whenever you are elected through a revolution to lead the country, you have to listen to all sides. A few groups of people, when they manipulated and presented lies, and of course, sometimes when the president trusts you, believes that you have to do your best. But if you go on the contrary, and the president faces embarrassment, it becomes a credibility issue. And this is where we are today. This president is trying now to find solution. That the CEO said, calling the speaker, for the speaker to craft a resolution and all of you to find a way out. You are still here for the talking about all our options. We'll suspect. Look, we are backward today because of the decision that we make. And in conclusion, I don't blame people like Fode and the rest of the people. The people we elect to the national legislature is a reflection of who we are. Some of you were trucks, like animals, like cattle, like goats. You left your good homes. You went to other places because they gave you $20. You went and made decisions for people in Bomi, Grand Cayman, Margibi, Grand Basso. You don't live there. You have nothing, no property, absolutely nothing. But you were trucked like cattle taken from Mali. You sit here, you come on the platform, you rev with your small head, you want to blame people that for day. You pull us to where we are today. In a dignified society, certain people at the national legislature, they will never be there. If you take some of our lawmakers, you match them with parliamentarians or members of Congress in the United States, Namibia, South Africa, Kenya, you will see that the high level of ignorance when it comes to legislative politics, it will be coming out of their level when you take malaria tablet and you begin to sweat and the malaria is coming out of your body. But again, this is Liberia. This is the only country where when you steal, you share small money with some of the victims, it means you are clean, they call you talk and do. We'll continue to suffer along with vote based on storming infrastructure. Thank you. It was a good show. And I respect all of you, CEO. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, VP. It's always good to regroup. We appreciate you. I'm going to bring in Sis Glendy.
So I think it was a great show. I think leaders are people who, though difficult, will be able to accept their defeat when they have it. I think the majority bloc has had quite a few defeats in the past week or so, even though they don't seem to think that they've lost anything. I think wanting to exacerbate the situation with Ecowas is a bit overreaching. So for whatever it's worth, I think they should leave it alone. Because it's like, why are you even trying to pursue this when Ecowas say you don't have the rights to these people? The fact that you've turned them over to us, we have them until their tenure is over. And to just want to continue to derail peace and to continue to want to cause chaos and to sit on this platform and hear Honorable Fode Formula talking about cutting people's salaries, sanction easily, like these people don't have families, that they were not elected by their constituents, that like they don't deserve to get their paycheck. It's like we're just saying it like it's something easy. What if the shoes was on the other side of the foot? Would it be okay for people to just come on here and say, oh, like Stanton alluded to the fact that tomorrow they're going to be suspending people. And then he comes back and say, oh yeah, we're even looking at sanctions, we're looking at salaries and all those things. I mean, how do you remedy this situation now? How do you break this divide and unite the people as the house? How are you going to do that? Who is going to be that one person to say enough is enough? Let's come together for the sake of the Liberian people. And we continue to push this divide and divide the country. and you have a few, you have majority for the something or how many, you have 29 on the other side, the other group on the other side, you think it's okay to continue on this route. And you're leading the people of Liberia because you were voted. So you have everything in your possession. I see today that Honorable Kun now has the office. He has Kofa's office. Finally, when does this end? When does this end? These people that mean well for Liberia, they were voted to serve their people. Is it service to people you're doing? Or is it service to self? Who's benefiting from what's going on right now? I think I would hope that President Boyka does not support this, to go after, to follow these group of lawmakers, to write Ecowas or write President of Nigeria or do whatever. I hope that he doesn't do that. If you've lost, sit down, find a regroup and fight another day. This fight, you're not going to win it. You're definitely not going to win it. It's embarrassing. You should leave it alone, because you're not exposing yourself to just one part of Africa. You're exposing yourself to a lot of countries, and then they're going to be looking at the immaturity of our leaders, and that's unacceptable. You've lost. Let it go. Move on. Thank you.
And you're talking about
let me bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul, talk to us, my brother.
Thank you, Stanton. I thought it was a good show. It is always fascinating when we have opposing views. And this is a fundamental cradle of democracy, when people agreed to issue, but in other instances when they disagreed on principle. But the instance of the lack of maturity to know when to walk away, or when to fold, or when to accept that you've been defeated, is that scenario that is currently unfolding in one of our highest branches of government. I mean, sometimes it is really difficult to comprehend. When does this stop? When does this end? You know, it's been 6 months and in counting. From one thing to another, they are buzzing doors, they are, breaking locks, trunking chairs. It went to the extent of burning down the building. When are they going to stop? It's why I ask all the time. But again, the Liberian people have the ultimate power. But it's sad that they probably do not know. If the Liberian people knew the power they had, they will remove all of these guys for what they are doing, and maybe just disband the entire group and put a new group in. I don't know how that works, but they are literally not been working for the past 6 months. One group said they're going to work, the other group said they're going to work. They are in two separate chambers. They're probably debating the same thing. The minority number come and call. They say we don't have quorum, and they walk away. And then majority go there. They call some people. The people don't show up. How is that not a fragmented house? And the folks who are in it actually do not realize that it's fragmented. You know, in psychiatrics, when you don't have insight, when you talk to a psychiatric patient and you ask them for their condition and they don't understand that they are sick, I don't care what medicine you get, and they're not going to get cured. First of all, they will not even take the medicine, they'll throw it away. The fact that these guys don't even believe that anything is wrong in the lower house means they're not going to end just now. So I'm not going to talk more about it. The year they ended, it will be good for Liberia.
That a year you can't campaign
until it continues. Only my life is not tied to the Liberian legislature. My life is not tied to it. I can do well without the legislature. I was only trying to get there to have a voice, but I have a voice now. So whether you like it or not, I can sit down on spoon and challenge some of the things you're doing. What you're doing is not right. You need to stop it. You, my brother, you and I, you know where we come from. But we need to agree to disagree. Your challenge, Ecowas, it will be an embarrassment for the country. Ecowas has a set of rules that they are going with. And nothing that you guys are doing right now is going to change those rules. Because if they do, it will be a bad precedent for the ECOWAS member states. And you know that. So you don't attempt to put the old man Barker hands in this, because the letter come from the executive goes there. First of all, ECOWAS will not honor it. So let me leave that. As far as the issue of the vice president's statement, I think the vice president had a successful trip to the U.S. Unfortunately, we didn't have time to actually talk about his presentation at the Power Africa Summit. Stanton, I shared the video with you all. He talked about Liberia's role. I mean, he talks about the Power Summit, how relevant all of the U.S. entities have been. You know, how they've helped Liberia, how much money they spent. What I didn't hear him say is what Liberia actually has to offer and why he came to the summit to convene people to do that. I thought I was going to hear him say, we got Wologizi Mountain. I need people to collaborate with us to put some solar panels, build a solar field so that we can generate and share electricity to Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia. I thought I was going to hear him say that. When you come to these meetings and you really don't focus and give a clear, definite role that you want to play, it's just another meeting. They'll just clap for you and you leave. So, I hope that, they can sit down and re-strategize in our terminology, regroup, so that when they have this kind of opportunity again, let them come and showcase what Liberia has to offer. I didn't hear that from him. He really didn't tell the Power Summit Africa people how is Liberia relevant in this fight for solar, for energy and whatsoever. But I thought it was a good show, and the issue of him being a Packer is up to him. If I ever serve as a vice president, I will never be a Packer. The president threatened me, I will resign, because the thing is simple. The vice president is a component of the presidency, and the reason why they elect the two of them is to finish the agenda of the country, and the president alone cannot do that. So the vice president will be undertaking initiatives with the consent of the president, of course, though, but where the president just want to sideline and supersede and dominate the vice president, I would, as a vice president, would never sit in that category. I will resign the first thing in the morning and tell the Liberian people why I resign, and you want to kill me, I run away and go sit down in Guinea or some other country. Because that's what they're going to do. People will be carrying gossip around, Paul not let you, and so forth. So we need to stop that and take the mediocrity and bring meritocracy to our governance. Thank you, Stanton.
Paul Kennedy, thank you very much. The only person that really don't like you, the Americone, now is Boto Kane. I don't know how you manage to bump with my dear friend, but it's always good having you. Uncle Sam Jackson, as always, LSE.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. City planner from LSE. Look, let me just basically just remind Paul that President Donald John Trump has canceled all support to Power Africa. And I put it in our chat room. It is a dead meat. This was just a trip or joyride. The American investors don't have the risk appetite for investing in energy in the 8th poorest country on the planet. It was a joyride. Mr. Vice President Kuhn, whom I have a lot of respect for, had an energy summit at his farm, and nothing came out of that energy summit that is actionable, that can tell us in clear, concise, and implementable terms what they are going to do about energy. So Mawata, the trip that he took to Washington, D.C., to the conference where they call Power Africa Power Summit, President Trump said he's not putting any money in energy in Africa. So that was just a waste. Now let me come back to the
Uncle Sam, you are not saying the truth to the people, though.
What do you mean, sir? Go ahead.
You are not telling the people the right
go ahead.
information.
What am I saying that is untrue? What is it?
Send us what you just said, that President Trump canceled every energy-related conversation with Africa. Send it.
I said Power Africa, which is a creation of the U.S. government, was canceled by Donald J. Trump. I stand by that.
And you said that, and you are saying that based on that, the reason why the vice president came, it means his trip
But
was
man, don't
useless.
try to
And I said,
defend a cool woman to say that let me
but
talk.
Uncle Sam,
Let me
so
talk my own.
Uncle Sam,
Let me talk my own. Let me talk my
why
own,
you
please,
gotta do
man.
this?
No, but I mean, Cool is not more your friend than me. Okay?
But Uncle Sam, I'm just asking you a question.
Do not interrupt me. Let me finish.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Because I will put in the chat room. You're trying to deflect and distract me. I learned that old trick there, and it will not work tonight. I will put in the chat room. What I see is American people, number one, they will not put any money in Liberia, in electricity, because Liberia is a very high risk. If poorest country in the world, there is something they have to do to what they call it to de-risk the investment. When they put their money here, they got to get it back. And no American company that I know of is going to put any money in energy under the current political dispensation. That's my opinion. The second thing is, Mawata, if you've been watching the representatives for the last 6-7 months, then talk about LECO to bring electricity to you. They're not talking about it. They're not talking about bringing rice price down. They're not talking about making the streets safe. They're not talking about the number of Zogos by 1 million, by their own estimate, according to the DEA, the 1 million Zogos in the street. No program for them. The only thing they're talking about is power. You know what I want the power for, my water? Because when they get power, they can decide the money, the $800 million in the budget, how that money is spent. How Thomas Fala get that money, how Richard Kuhn get that money, how Prince Boy get that money, how For the Formula gets that money. That's all they discussed there. Now, let me
put me there again.
Yes, but that's my opinion. You were talking, you can call me anything. You didn't want K talk about, I agree with you, we did. So let me talk it. When the Supreme Court ruled, as I believe that they will rule, against this renegade bloc, they will not accept the ruling of the Supreme Court. They will try to muddy the water. But Liberian people, it's up to y'all. If y'all will sit down and allow lawbreakers to run this country into the ground, it's up to you. When the Supreme Court rule, I expect citizen action. I expect citizen action to remove these renegades from their seats in the legislature so the proper Speaker of the House of Representatives, Chair Fonati Kofa, can bring in a semblance of civility, rule of law back to the legislature instead of having those renegade lawmakers continue to try to destabilize this beautiful country that we struggle for, where hundreds of thousands of people die. We need to bring back civility, rule of law, where we can coexist like Liberians, so we cannot be divided like lawmakers, lawbreakers, rule of law. All that thing there is complete, and not good for Liberia. They need to solve the problems that we send them there for. And on that, I close. God bless you, and you'll have a great day.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. It's always good seeing you. We're going to go to our brother for the formula. We'll keep on Honorable Gray for last, I believe. Honorable Formula.
So I said before I can continue, I want to ask my sister a question.
Honorable Formula, sorry to interrupt you. One of our followers went back and that we asked you. And her question is this. One, she's saying that they have not gotten their special sitting fee when you guys call them back. And since you removed 487 members from the 78 from the supplementary payroll, the staffer, there's no other intervention. You just remove them and they're hanging around. And the sitting fee, you guys have not got. They have not gotten the sitting fee. So can you please answer her question, please?
So, Senator, I'll go to all of these issues, but I want to know a few things from my sister. And it can be two of them.
I mean, you got 478 people listening to you right now, but they're sitting feet, and you say you're
Yeah,
not.
I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it.
Why you addressing for you? Say that
So
important.
let me just address it first on, then I can go to the question. The first issue is that what I can show those who names are on that recall list, they will get their pay. I support them getting their pay. I believe there's no reason why they should not be paid. The process of them being paid, that process is on. Leadership have taken seats of that matter. There was some follow-up even done today at the Ministry of Finance to ensure that they can be paid. So the leadership is doing everything.
How long this been going on for?
No, what happened was that this issue was like the lower house the house recall themselves. The executive came on and said they placed on their website that they recalled the house. So the fact that the executive said they recalled the house, there are a few issues. The Senate went ahead and paid because the Senate have less staff to that of the amount of people in the lower house. They pay their staff. So all of us has argued that in as much as the Senate pay their staff, we need to ensure that we pay our own staff. That process the Senate pay 50%. That process has been ongoing to see whether we can look for the resources. But leadership, the leadership is currently in charge of that matter, and they're trying to resolve it. I believe in the soonest time it will be done. Let me go to. I will speak to almost all of the issues, but I want a single clarity from my sister, Francia. I'm seeing her actively getting involved in the Nimba by-election again. Sis, do you have a candidate that you are supporting? And if so, what is it that you believe in terms of professional credential that person is bringing to the table?
None of your darn business. Thank you.
Stand up.
That is what word you use, darn.
I won't get what she just said. No, I didn't get what you said.
She said it's not your business. On the reported.
So that agency, I know she's even afraid to call her candidate on the air, but she's waiting to get a clarity when things happen in the house. But let me say this to you. Like I always say to you, always. Sometimes.
Yeah, you don't want to talk me out. You talk me out.
Sometimes you have maybe the distance, I would say, will not allow you to have a perfect view of what is unfolding. It's difficult sometimes to say, but I believe it is always necessary to ask all of the actors around the table to understand what is really unfolding. And like I said to you, and the different panelists on the show, one, the legislature who act in keeping with law, will support the laws, will support our rules, and will ensure that our actions are all in keeping with rules that govern our body. Two, the issue of this speaker removal and your initial position, for me, usually I do not come on the show to see any of you shifting positions. You have had that position where you think there's nothing wrong. There's always something wrong to democratically remove a speaker, and it should not be a speaker should only be elected for 6 years. Whether he's breaking the law, he should be there. We do not see it like that. We feel that when you breach your colleague confidence in as much as they elected you, they will change you, and that the process should be done in keeping with law. I heard my old man Jackson saying the court. I think the court cannot interfere in the internal running of the house. The court will rule in keeping with law, and in as much as we are acting in keeping with law, we are not afraid. Honorable Gray can organize any of his protests made of few of his supporters. We await them because all of us in this country believe we are in support of the law, and our supporters will be awaiting him on the other side ensuring that they can protect the rule of law. The statement of the vice president, I felt he spoke in the context politically. He was giving a case study of the Liberian democratic process, how it is, and how he believed as an experienced political actor who performed in as much as he's been given a task. I understand some of the people on the show, the sentiment they share. It's difficult for you to come into politics and understand things at that level where you have a basic understanding about the voters, about what they need, how you see it. It's like you having one of the organizations in America where I asking them question, they are running for people to be essential, where some of them said they are never living in America before. They like telling someone say don't go Boma to 40 or Gray, don't go Kima. So they need to really understand a lot of issues happening on the ground. The show was better. I think we need to keep it much safer always. I agree with some of I disagree with some of our people who, based on their strong words, they use all kinds of words on people. But for the sake of the argument, some of us, we entertain it and allow the conversation to flow. I think in a normal conversation, it's not possible for them to speak the way they speak. If today Gladys can sit and say, I will not talk to Fode. I think when Akara Gray were in the house, she could not even blow a whistle in his face. Because the Gray I know.
Can you stop mispronouncing my name? Let me correct you today.
I do not know any Bassa lady who they call Gandhi.
I don't
I know
mispronounce my
Bassa
name.
will be Gladys.
Can you please pronounce my name correctly?
I know they need to be Gladys.
Fode is protected, Gandhi. Then you finish. I mean, we're not.
I know I don't know any Gandhi from Bassa.
But then you learn to pronounce my name correctly.
They were fine. Go ahead.
I don't mispronounce his name. He should pronounce my name correctly.
But you interrupting your sister. You say you got somewhere to go, but
then Fode family always talking like he don't want no all the law.
Yeah, but Gladys, it's okay. Fode, can you please?
Gladys, Mayu. Gladys, I do not know any Bassa lady by New York Gladys, so they want to know her name Gladys.
But I'm not that woman.
Okay.
Okay, Gladys, sorry.
Leave Gladys alone.
Gladys, sorry. Gladys, sorry.
Let me go to Ed Remy Gray, and then my brother Honorable Akara Gray will have the last word on the show. Colonel Gray.
Yes, Stanton, good day. Again, I missed the solid part of the discussion, but I think the VP, I heard some contention here. So my question is he not doing his constitutional responsibility in addition to whatever his boss asked him to do? Was that the argument? Or because he used an analogy that is a park car as well, because that is basically that's the typical definition of a VP. I think he spoke like a politician who understands his role, his position at this time, that he cannot overshadow his boss. He's there to take instruction and anything and everything he's asked to do in addition to his constitutional role, he performs. And that is to bring civility within the court of the executive. You don't want a vice president and a president. Look, we've heard all kinds of history between VP and president. Some got kicked in there behind or somewhere there, and then others got, manhandled and so on and so forth. So, but I think if you carry yourself in a humble manner, I think you have a perfect union existing in the executive. We know exactly what have transpired in the past government and even the one before that. But the one before the last government, the president now said he was a park car, and that is to tell you that I'm humble. I'm parked when the president ready to use me. I'm available. That's simply what that is. Today, if we have a vice president who was in confrontation with the president, will complain. He sits there, he subdues himself, will complain. So I don't think we ever have a perfect union existing where people will not complain. Even in the Garden of Eden, God said, "Don't touch just that one." There, people say, "No, I got to touch that one." So you can never have a system where people want to abide by the rule, their expectation, and people don't complain. But I think I would love the VP to continue that way, because at the end of the day, it's going to be his time one day, and you wouldn't like somebody that is subordinate to you to stand in your way. So the president and the vice president, they're doing well. Sorry about that. They're doing well. And with this ECOWAS thing, I think if the Supreme Court of Liberia rules and ECOWAS, in turn rules, look, all this fear, the majority doing, it will just end. Because, at the end of the day, you have no legitimacy. You can't stand, look, power was given to you. If some executive body is telling you that you don't have legitimacy yet, hey, it's just a matter of time, people will subdue. And I will hope that they follow the rules, or otherwise they will anger the system, the state. And you don't want that. They gave you power. Sometimes when they want to withdraw this power from you, respectfully subdue yourself and forget about being on the boss all the time. But that majority group or so on, I hope this will be an end to it. We need to end this fracas, man, especially from that majority there. Look, if people want to have their own rule, then let them go build their own parliament. But our House of Legislature is owned by the Liberian people, and if they make that decision, come on the 15th, that's it. If ECOWAS rule, that's it. That's it. If they want to go stand in the way now, then that's it. But Stanton, thank you so much, my man. Always. Can hear you.
Awesome guests, thank you very much. That has been great. I want to say thanks to everyone, and we're going to give the last word to the former representative, District Number 8, Akaris Moses Gray.
Yeah, okay. My closing will have some response to what Fode said. I put it on Rule 21.1 of the House Standing Rule. One can be absent by the express approval of the House for 2 weeks or more. Now, the express approval of the House is saying when a decision is reached by the body or the leadership or the speaker to have people representing the legislature, ECOWAS parliament. That is an approval. It's not a choice. So on the basis of Rule 21.1, that's how, in fact, I made a representation. I don't have to write the speaker to go on national duty. You have three cardinal functions technically: oversight, lawmaking, and representation. So you don't need to send an excuse in and say, I'm going to represent the country. When you're supposed to represent the country, you leave. For courtesy's sake, yeah, you can tell the speaker or the body, say, I'm going. But the body had already agreed that you represent Liberia at the federal parliament. Okay? That's the body acceptance. So to remove somebody by business and say they're absent because you chose as a body to make them to represent you. Then time to go represent you, you say they're absent. Because in or when they read him, he said don't go, then you don't go. Or when they read the plan, they only read the plan and tell the plan the rest of the leaving. It's just a matter of information. Because they have to go on national duty. That's what they were sent there for. You can't stop them from going. Another thing is that I really want to show in the rules of the legislature where the House of Representatives say you can elect people to ECOWAS parliament. The House of Representatives, I'm not talking about ECOWAS protocol, your law, your rules. For it, can you show the provision as you may elect people to go represent Liberia in the parliament? I just want to learn that one. Maybe you amend your rules and you'll get it in it. Okay? But I can say to you, okay, on the buffer chambers, will flag the issue. Muna, in fact, the late Muna said, oh, Representative Snowden, when I elected, including Parent Massacre and the other people, and that the Chimba sent the names, and then the names were subsequently submitted to Ecowas, so they were not elected. The same argument he put in for. The argument was raised. Not only that, the argument of Snow transition coincidentally will reflect that issue. As on the Snow, Atom Fala, Richard Kuhn, Koka, Ecowas were having a meeting in Liberia, the parliament. There was a sitting in Liberia. For honor to be embarrassed, the Ecowas speaker came to the Capitol building. Tunis, Speaker Tunis from Sierra Leone, the Ecowas speaker. He met us in the office of the speaker and he explained all of the protocols and got all the rules of Ecowas. That's why we didn't run to Ecowas like that, because at least we're informed adequately on the basis of the rules. All of those things that you're reading were shown all. We made all the noise on air. At the end of the day, we had to agree because we didn't want to embarrass the legislature like if we embarrass the current composition of the House of Representatives, which is very dangerous. Okay, you're talking about get option. So you think when you remove those people, everyone will accept anyone for you? They won't accept anyone. It's a shame for the legislature to say we'll depend on the president so he can communicate to his counterpart our position. Can you imagine that? You wrote a letter, you knew all I want. You tell your president to go call his counterpart. But you wrote a letter directly to Ecowas. You. So what you want to tell me? The raw stem legislature now? That you're working for the executive to go in front of the executive to tell their counterpart? You knew all I want. They use that procedure to say, okay, let's do bio diplomacy. That person and boy can meet a counterpart and explain to them. Okay? Because you know you get that power now, you finish writing the blanks, you telling the people, say, oh, we're going to Joseph Boga now to embarrass him. If he decides to be embarrassed, that's his business. To be frank with you, if he decides to be embarrassed because your selfish agenda, few of you people, okay, that's your business. But I would tell everyone on the show, all the people sent to Ecowas, the new Ecowas are not going to accept the people. Have been in capital building before. You're making understand, you say, my just send the man when they deny the man, they blame when I can't. Because for them finish sharing, I'm not committee. The other people won't go to Ecowas. You will not stop them from going to Ecowas. For they will be the one champion on the course, the people got to go to Ecowas. My man, the people go to, but behind the scene, deep down in the for that are on air today. Deep down in a man, because they heart can think, but in our brain, he knows very well that they discuss behind the scene that they just send them so they can kill themselves. So that death warrant cannot be on us. And you know, that blood cannot be on us. About 40 then did. Okay? It's sudden. You say you send CDC, you send the other party, you send that other party to beautify it. It doesn't matter who you send. What matters is that you did not raise this issue. You allow the people to become property of Ecowas. And now you're saying, okay, if the president cannot succeed, since we have not succeeded, my man, you should be thinking that Kumo denied yesterday. They now wrote him to go to the opening of the Supreme Court. They now wrote him a letter. He never boycotted. They now wrote him a slap in the face. They say, oh, your thing are ultra virus. That slap in your face. You read Ecowas say, we will not recognize you. That slap in your face. What more do you want? What more do you want? When the build of information come out, that more you making for it. What are you talking about? Say, oh, go for that for you. Who bring them more? That more you making passing around. Oh, go for that for it. Let me tell you, you cannot violate the law and be saying in capital building. Everybody be clapping for you. I've been blunt with you. Okay? You cannot be sitting in the capital building. Listen to the Deputy Information Minister, Daniel Sando. What fishing got to fry in nothing? They're kind of irresponsible people that they appointed in government, that they don't even know their function. You know the diplomatic language you're using? Okay? You look at a whole seated parliament, a regional body, the Ecowas, that is the strongest regional body parliament in the world. I know, Ecowas parliament, the region. Okay? I'm not talking about the bigger one above the region. That's the strongest. They get an independent man. Okay? On the Koka issue, I know people try to sugarcoat it, but Koka, seriously, the statement he made, It was dangerous. I know you try to help, but for you even told the man there's a need for further clarity. But that statement was extremely dangerous. It's not a good statement, especially with our women, our mothers, all of these people that are striving, they are fighting. Wait, how about your own child? Tomorrow who may be your girl. Think about that. If somebody say you cannot, sometimes we make some statement. Maybe you, like you said, I was there, but I want to tell you, one of the most reasonable lawmakers. And for that, you know me, we interacted before. Okay, you know me. When we can't make it for that, we design new strategy and sit down and watch the next move. But to say you will suspend people, you will withdraw them when they go there, you will take that job from them, you will take that daily break. You know what? Let me tell you, see, Speaker Tyler, when they suspended 30%, they didn't pay them for 30 months. And told Snow and told Nukwe from a committee and all the people. I the only person they gave a committee to, like among the people, but I rejected it. Okay. When they suspended Koka, and Roland Opi Kopo, Henry Boyman family, and other people, the fight remained unending. Instead of you both trying to resolve this situation, I expect that person that you, as a politician, to have a vast Richard Kuhn. Say the thing, you got it now, call everybody, no suspension. But yeah, you're running behind your friend every day. Okay, you know other men when you wake up tomorrow morning, you say, look at the thing you told you say the Supreme Court can rule, but we are politicians. So Ecowas are politicians now. Politician to politician, baller than one person crying. You hear talking about, Ecowas jurisdiction, we can't do this, we can't do that. Sorry, gentlemen, but it's saddening for the image of the country, and I will consistently say this. It's saddening for the young man. I like you, trust me, my countrymen. Technically, I know that's where you from, but I need. You need to stop defending the legislature. Fight for yourself.
I mean, they say that fella family, I beg you.
Yeah. You got some upward in Bonkande. Okay, they settle that. But to be frank, fight for yourself. That Jeremiah Richard Kuhn you're talking about, the last year, every monkey was staying on that legislature there. They may not be fighting for a position, Jay will be fighting for your position. Even in your district, a unity party put a candidate, the man will support a candidate against you. I'm telling you, I've been in a legislature, I know exactly what I'm talking about. You're a young, brilliant intellectual. You need to fight for yourself and stop being behind those guys and those gangsters. Because they're not going nowhere. In the next 2 or 3 weeks or 1 month maximum, that story will change. Joseph Boyka begging and asking for solution to the problem. You want to suspend people tomorrow morning. What happened in the country today? You want to suspend people. Okay? So you're going to listen to your own president again? That is not good for the country, for seriously. It's not good at all. But all in all, thank you for coming. I hope you keep coming here. Okay? And sis Gladys, that your brother will live here, that the Richardson, that your brother will find it out, our country mayor. So we just got to clapping all somewhere away. But remember, the efficiency of you people is your inability to learn. And the deficiency. All the lawmakers are not equal.
Honorable Moses Akara Spirit, we appreciate you.
A lot of things. But that deficiency. That deficiency in our place.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. Thank you very much, Sis Glenny. It's always good seeing you. Go ahead. I think you say he's at the door, right? Go ahead, Sis Glenny. It's good seeing you.
Yeah, he's not even on the door. He's sitting on the bed. You're good there, yeah.
Who's sitting on the bed? Okay, on the bed?
Yeah, that Richardson. Thank you very much. It's good seeing you. I really appreciate it.
Don't forget about that lady. Forget about Gladys. Have you seen any Gladys in Grand Baza? No, I just asked you, have you seen any Gladys in Grand Baza? That was a raw Baza woman called Gladys. You know the names. There's one crazy Fayasi. Yeah, Fayasi.
For the seriously, I want to appreciate you, man. You know, I think we're coming a long way, and it's always good having you on. I want to say thanks to Paul Kennedy again. Come back tomorrow, but I'm very serious. I heard that you guys doing some suspension tomorrow. we'll wait and see. Nelson will be
I
there.
think there are a lot of options. I think we are organizing a reconciliation retreat, and I think you know about that. The Ghanaian speaker will be in the country. He's a guest of the Liberian speaker, Speaker Kun. The speaker of the Republic of Sierra Leone will also be in the country. And we'll have a fruitful weekend where we'll discuss issues of reconciliation, talking to our colleagues. We've been talking to them. We understand, or we understand
I agree with you. You gotta
so,
do what you gotta do. You gotta prove the card that was there to you. You know, and we want to say thank you very much, Honorable Forte from Woodland. We
and to my big brother Kennedy. You know, sometimes the people can enjoy itself. Enjoy itself, people. Yeah, Papa, go back to guy. Yeah, more money.
The language can only be English according to the rules.
That's not true. When President Toba was trying to let us speak Pella at the university, you refused to learn Pella. No, let me correct you. Liberian people refuse. The Liberian people refuse to pick a singular dialect. You know, they wouldn't want to pick what the negative one, Bonua, Gela. At the university, girls, they don't learn to speak Pella. They go and pick the negative Pella.
Bonua, they used to teach Pella and Vine the university.
But which one you can speak?
Me?
Both great man, what's in a good bag?
Liberian people were completely lost. We don't have a single unified dialect that we can speak as a country.
Tomorrow will be.
Look at say if people were out a culture.
What you can speak, Vine?
People were out
I will tell you bunk and I love you there.
Only Pella speak.
Well, thank you, though. We got to leave. We got to leave it there. Again, tomorrow by God's grace. Thank you very much.
Okay. Only they have a name called Glendius.
Mama, you need to change your microphone, man. It makes a lot of noise, Stanton.
Yeah, it's not my microphone, though.
We'll get too much feedback on the show.
Is it making noise there?
Yeah, it's like an echo in the back there. So.
Yeah, it's consistent and it's disturbing.
Is it on the computer?
Okay, so Remy, don't fall for that. This man doing
You're not falling for anything.
Remy,
Remy, you're not hearing anything. Listen to the feedback. The man is Remy not biased.
I mean, I'm a sound master. That's why it can bother me, but I can discipline myself. Hey, you know, just how they got.
No, so this is what I'm going to do, right? I think what you guys say, I should leave the laptop and come to the big screen here. So I think what I would do.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm on the laptop, that's why. So I'm going to come here.
Yeah, my man. The sound can be really annoying.
It can be bad.
Because either you tune one of the systems down, maybe like the computer.
No, it's okay. I mean, I got it now. You know, let me try something real quick.
Yeah,
I think I got this. It's okay.
The thing be affecting you too, right? Why you?
Oh yeah, but you know me, I can discipline myself to anything.
Yeah, but sometimes you speak out.
I mean, the man know where you can release. See the man.
They don't continue to do that. You know.
The only thing about your system is the way it goes low, like you start talking like a robot. That was concerning.
No, but that can happen when I use my AirPod. When I don't use this mic, when I use this mic, you don't hear that.
No, I feel sometimes that's your bandwidth.
Yeah.
Going low.
Maybe the internet bandwidth, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but
what are you using?
The man
you're using Wi-Fi, right?
Yes. That's me, man.
Now, if you're using Wi-Fi, it fluctuates. But if you use intranet and bring the cable, tuck it into one of those internet.
It does not fluctuate.
It will stabilize the
I remember we said thank you very much again, Nelson. Thank you very much for producing today. We know you guys will be busy tomorrow at the House of Representatives. We have changed our time due to the time data saving time here. Our show will be 4 p.m. Eastern Time USA to 7 p.m. Liberia, 4 p.m. to 7 Eastern Time. That will be 8 p.m. to 11 Liberian time. So you will find Spoon Talk 8 p.m. in the night to 11
It's
p.m.
1 hour more.
Today we went. No, the time went back. Today we went over.
No, you didn't fall back. We sprang forward, man.
I'm talking about in Liberia we went back.
Oh, okay.
So our time have gone back to 8 p.m. So while we are at 4 p.m. here, and you in Minnesota, you'll be at 3 p.m. I do believe, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to say thanks to all of you. Thank you very much, Tekona. Thank you very much, Paul.
Oh, my man.
Good night, everyone.
Yeah. Nelson, thank you very much, my friend. It's always good seeing you.
Yes, sir.
I need a recipe to fix my meat pan, Nelson, but I know I will get it somewhere, somehow.
Yeah. I saw a lot of people promising to send some recipes.
Yeah, she want me to go get a pancake mix. I'm going to get it right now. I'm going to go to ShopRite and get it. And then I'm going to try to do this because I really do need to fix my meat pie. So thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Have a good night, folks. Thanks to all of you.
And we want to say thanks to everyone. It's been a great show tonight. Thanks to all of you for watching the program across our different social media handles. We appreciate you. It's always great getting you to come on, make your contributions, make your input all of the time on the show. We highly appreciate you for always making a contribution on the program. We've been streaming live across our social media handles as always on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. On YouTube, our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. We've been coming to you live on Spoon Talk Live as well. I want to say thanks to our YouTube audience, our Facebook audience, to everyone who have been here and making sure that you follow the show, making your inputs in the comment section. We appreciate you for that. And the invitation is yours to join us tomorrow. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. You can make up time to join us. We want to say thanks to our partner radio stations across the country that are always relaying the program. Thanks to Trust FM in Bomi County. Thanks to Premier FM in Bong. Train Radio is in Grand Cru. Radio Yalaman is in Seclipie, Nimba County. And we also want to say thanks to Gibi FM in Kakata, Gibi County, and all of the other radio stations across the country that are always relaying the program. We say we appreciate you. Thanks for being here with us. Thanks for always relaying the program. So this is how we like to end up tonight. This is how we like to end up this edition of the program. Let me say thanks to a few of you. Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, thanks a lot for being here. Ruth Koba, my Ruth, we appreciate you. My dear sister Sandra Gower, thanks a lot for being on here tonight as well. I see Prince, thanks a lot. Otello is here as well. Hawame Totime, thank you. Telvin Pin, we appreciate you. Bill Kazan, Mr. Kazan, thanks for being on here. Bindu Jle is here as well. We appreciate you. Emmanuel Saki is joining us. We appreciate you for joining in as well. Josh Morris Jr., thank you for being on tonight. Nush, we appreciate you. That's Shirley's best friend. Pierre Kimber, Mrs. Kimber, thanks for being on as well. Thanks to all of you across the different social media handles, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV. We want to appreciate the hundreds and thousands of you in Radio Land as well for following the show, for making your inputs in the comment section. We appreciate all of you for being here with us. We look forward to a great show tomorrow. I see a lot of you still coming through. Isaac Younger. Yes, Isaac Younger. Thank you for being on here tonight as well. Well, this is how we like to end up on this edition of the program. But just before going, let me do a quick one here. Let me just do a quick one here just before um going. Let me do a very quick one here. Before closing up. Yes. But I want to say thanks to everyone. It's always a pleasure having all of you join us here every night to listen to or watch the program Spoon Talk. We appreciate you in a very special way. So I want to do a special birthday greeting. Birthdays are special. It comes once a year, and once you have a birthday, it's very important that you celebrate and make the most of it. To you, Ma Susanna D. T. Doe, yes, you celebrated your birthday on the 9th. I want to say happy birthday to you, ma'am. As you celebrate another birthday, the entire family. Shirley Snee, your daughter, who happens to be one of our panelists on the late night show, and the rest of your grandkids, the late night crew, everyone, we're saying happy birthday to you as you celebrate your natal day. This you, Ma Susanna T. Doe. Happy birthday to you. We wish you all the best as you celebrate your natal day. Karim Bility of MTN is celebrating his birthday today as well. Karim B, happy birthday to you, brother. We wish you all the best as you celebrate your natal day. And Sir Pierre Nimle as well celebrated his, that was on Friday. Happy belated birthday to you. My own brother G. Melvin Taylor celebrated on the 8th. Happy belated birthday to you. And to all of you who have been celebrating birthdays, we wish you all the best. Well, Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. It's gonna be another great show. You can't afford to miss that. Make up time to join us. Until then, thanks to everyone for joining us tonight. Shelton, we appreciate you. Otello Dennis, thank you. Masa Hill, thanks a lot. Himko Kazi, we say thanks a lot for being with us tonight. Yes, Hipko, you're asking if we having a show. Yes, we having a short late night show tonight, after which we are going to be calling it a day. But you can make up time to join us shortly on the late night show. Until then, have a good night, everyone, and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend. On the beat. Spoon, spoon, spoon,